honestly. Obviously a bit frustrating that we've got to be careful with how loud we get and everything. We are in Egypt, for those that don't know. Still in Egypt. It's actually last night here in Egypt. So we will be back to normal on Wednesday, traveling back tomorrow. So that means that our NXT stream is sadly cancelled. No way of doing that tomorrow because I'm actually going to be traveling. So I actually think I'm in the air flying back when NXT is on. So unfortunately, no stream for NXT, but we are here for Raw. So lots, obviously, for us to talk about, lots going on in the world of wrestling. Obviously, one major topic, which I think is going to dominate the stream, honestly. I think it's just obviously the big talking point. I mean, you know, World War III tends to be quite a big topic. So, yeah, you know, without blowing it out of proportion, that is probably what we're going to be talking about the most. But before we get stuck into that, it probably makes sense to actually just talk about what is on the show tonight and talk about a bit of a preview for Raw. So let's just quickly run down that. I don't have a match card to show you because I don't have my usual setup, of course, but I do have a match card in front of me on screen. So we're looking at Becky versus Bayley. That's actually for the Women's Intercontinental Championship. So Becky against Bayley is going to be a lot of fun. Kind of feels like a match that we could have got at like a WrestleMania or a SummerSlam, but we're actually just going to get it tonight. So Becky versus Bayley, that's a big match. That's two of the four horsewomen going up against each other for a championship. And as I said, you know, if you told me that was going to be the match at WrestleMania or that was going to be the match at SummerSlam, then I would totally believe you. It's a big match. So looking forward to that. Becky, the champ. Queen of the Ring semi-final. We know that Asuka is in the final. So the other side, we've got Jade taking on Roxanne. So the winner of Jade Roxanne takes on Asuka. Then, of course, we've got Cody against Jey. That's probably going to be our main event. And I think what's really interesting there is Cody and the way that he couldn't get a word in the other day. And we were saying during the watch along, like, are they teasing a heel turn? That certainly grounds for frustration. And you could see that he was getting frustrated. I think it's nothing more than a tease at this point. I don't know that they're going to pull the trigger. They could certainly pull the trigger down the road, and this could be a slow turn. But I don't know that a heel turn is coming anytime soon. I don't know that he turns heel tonight or anything like that. But it was interesting how he didn't get a word in. There was a few times people have found screenshots of him kind of gritting his teeth, like really showing his frustration at not getting a word in the other night. So he's taking on Jey, King of the Ring semi-final. We've also got Bron Breakker against Penta. That match has been announced. Goldberg is going to appear. Seth Rollins has got a segment. And Adam Pearce is returning as well. You might remember Adam Pearce was not around last week. I think he was at a doctor's or had some sort of appointment. I actually don't know where he was because that was around the time that I was leaving to come here. So I couldn't really dig into that quite as much as usual. So I'm not sure 100% where he was last week. I believe it was a known scheduled absence. It wasn't anything dramatic. And, you know, Nick Aldis stepped in. Adam Pearce, though, back this week. So that's the rundown. It's a pretty good-looking card, honestly. It's a pretty good-looking card. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing kind of where the conversation is and catching up with you guys. Hopefully everyone having had a very good, very fun weekend. I can see that things are holding okay at the moment. Hopefully that'll continue. When we did our SmackDown stream, I mean, the internet here is really, really good. So we shouldn't have any issues in that regard. But we did suffer like a couple of minutes dropout when the show actually started. And I think that just so happened to be when I turned Netflix on. So I don't know maybe if the internet's good but struggles with a couple of devices at the same time or something. I don't know. But apart from that little dropout at the start of when we started SmackDown. Apart from that, everything else was good. So hopefully we should be fine up until the start of Raw. I'll turn Netflix on. There might be a wobble. But other than that, I'm not expecting much in the way of drama. So, yeah, hopefully everyone's well. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Hope everyone's excited for the week ahead. Got to be honest with you, I'm very excited to get back. Loved it being here. It's been great, right? Nice, relaxing, refreshing. But I definitely miss my schedule, and I definitely miss the ability to, I suppose, just get videos out and talk with you guys. I mean, obviously, there's been so much that's gone down. I really feel like we could have done a video on the SummerSlam kickoff show on Saturday, which I never saw, actually, so I don't know what came out of that. I never got a chance to actually see that. But we would have done something on that. And I think we could have done something, of course, in regards to the news we're going to talk about. Everyone's going to want to talk about Night of Champions and what's happening there. And that could have been a video earlier today. And I don't know, I just sort of feel like I'm seeing all this opportunity for us to talk and have conversations. And we can't really do it. Like, it is a bit restrictive here, to be honest. I just have a laptop and this and a 1080p camera. So, yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to getting back and really getting stuck back into things. So with that being said, let's get over to your comments and see where the conversation is. Metal Mama, hello, says, holy shiz. Hope you're having a great holidays. Metal Mama, been a member for 12 months, a whole year. That is very impressive, my friend. And yeah, it's gone by so quick, hasn't it, as well? Always when people tell me they've been like a member on the channel, been around in the community like for 12 months or 2 years, whatever, like it never feels that long. We were talking the other day how it's been like 5 years since over 5 years since the pandemic. And to me, that just feels like it was, I don't know, maybe a year ago, 2 years ago. It does go by so quickly. I actually saw a little, those kind of Instagram videos that kind of make you think, and they're designed to make you think. And it was like saying that you'll never be as young as you are now, and you'll never be this age again. And it was just kind of like talking about that, live for the day, enjoy yourself kind of a thing, because you'll never be this young again. You'll never be this age again. And I was like, yeah, true. And time just goes by so quickly, doesn't it? As I said, like, to me, it only feels like it was the pandemic, like last year, maybe 2 years ago. I certainly would not sit here and say it was 5 years ago. I mean, it is scary how quickly time goes. So, yeah, shout out to you, buds, and I hope you had a good weekend. Right, Days, gonna be any problems flying out tomorrow with all war stuff going on? No, let's get into it, shall we? Let's talk the talk. So, Uncle Rebel, shout out to you. So obviously this is a developing situation. It's an ongoing situation. I think the big important thing to say is that it is an ever-changing situation. It's a hard one to have a conversation about, because you can have a conversation about it and then in an hour's time, it's a completely different situation. I could have put a video out this morning saying one thing, and then honestly, an hour later, I might have felt different because the landscape had changed, and things had changed. So I think the headline has to be that it is an evolving, ever-changing situation. And with that being said, like, I'm in Egypt. I'm I think I looked on Google, I'm about 250 miles from Gaza. I don't know how far that makes me from Israel, but it can't be that far, because obviously Israel's not that far from Gaza. In fact, they're in Gaza right now, so I'd be 250 miles away from Israeli troops. And it's absolutely chilled here. No one gives a flip. And I think it's given me a real unique perspective, because the world is bigger than obviously it looks on a map. When you see countries on a map and you see countries next to each other, it feels like everything is quite close, when in reality, they're not really. There's a decent distance between places. And, I'm sat here and no one cares. I'm sat 250 miles from Gaza. People are just out in the sun, living their lives. No one's thinking twice. No one's talking about it. It's on the news. You can turn CNN on and you can turn BBC News on. Obviously, it's dominating coverage. But everyone is just going about their lives as if absolutely nothing is happening here. And I think that is true across most of the Middle East as well, obviously with the exception of Iran and Gaza and Israel. Of course, they're very different places. They are actually in war. But across Saudi Arabia, I can't imagine that there's probably concern in the air. There's probably people wondering about, where's this heading? But it's just totally normal here. Totally normal. I was out the other day in actually the city, and it was totally normal. Now, granted, the USA hadn't struck at that point, but there was still back and forth missiles going between Iran and Israel, and people are just living their lives, going to McDonald's. I was in McDonald's and just like living their lives. So I feel like obviously I'm closer to it right now than I would be in the UK. And it's just shockingly normal. Like everything's absolutely fine. Obviously, it's a ever-changing situation though, because I do read online about how airspaces get closed. I've read that they've closed the airspace above Saudi Arabia, they've closed the airspace above Qatar, but then 15 minutes later you hear that it's reopening. It's really interesting actually how I'm getting tagged in a lot of the negative news. I'm getting tagged in a lot of the news that's really like, airspace has been closed, jets have been scrambled, but I don't get tagged in when the airspace reopens. I actually got tagged a few times in airspace closed news, right? It's like, oh my God, why are they doing Night of Champions still? But if you have a look, that same account posted about 15 minutes later that the airspace had reopened. People weren't tagging me in that and sending me that, but they were sending me the doom and gloom news, right? The news that the airspace had been shut. The point that I'm making is that the negative news, the news that is like kind of really like airspace is closed, jets have been scrambled, people stranded in Qatar, mass panic. That news is spreading so much quicker and so much further than the counterpoint, right? Then airspace reopened and everything's okay, right? That news is not getting out there. That is being held back for some reason. It's really interesting to kind of see how that news is being shared around, and it's not being shared around equally. My take on it is that I personally wouldn't cancel Night of Champions in Saudi Arabia. Being over here, and granted, I could be even closer to the action, right? I could be even closer to Israel and all of that. Just seeing how things are just carrying on as normal. And I suppose in a way the hope is now, and I did just read a statement from Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump just said that hopefully that was Iran's response. So I'm sure everyone's heard now that Iran fired missiles at a US base. And it's a really interesting move for them to make, because they had to know that that was not going to succeed. I don't know anything about military, right? I'm not someone that can tell you where all the military bases are and what each military base possesses. But even I know that if a country is going to fire 6 missiles or whatever at a US military base, and a military base that's on high alert as well, they ain't getting through, right? They're not going to get through. There's going to be anti-missile defenses. Like really, if you're gonna like hit a US airbase, you're gonna have to hit it hard to make any kind of impression on it, right? They are well defended, right? It's the flipping USA. It's the US Army, right? A lot of people that watch this channel are in the US, yeah? And you should be rightfully proud of your army, because you've got some serious impressive weapons. I mean, when they dropped those bombs in Iran, they dropped them from a plane that took off in Missouri, flew all the way to Iran, dropped a bomb that then exploded like down in the ground, flew back to Missouri, and it was never detected. No one knew it had been there until it had dropped its bombs. I mean, that is serious technology, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? That's serious technology. So if you're going to fire a few missiles at a US air base, do you know what I mean? I kind of think that you might already have an idea that it probably ain't going to work. So it says to me that Iran knows that it just does not stand a chance against the US Army. And of course, there's a reason for that. It's because it does not stand a chance against the US Army, but it couldn't not do anything. It couldn't not do anything. It had to do something. And so I think it's just thrown these missiles, which it knew would do nothing. They've been shot down. And I just read a statement from Donald Trump. And Donald Trump was like, I hope they've got it out their system now. I hope that Iran has now had their response, has got it out of their system, and we can now work towards peace. Because I think the big thing that everyone wants, and I hope this is true, is de-escalation. Like, no one wants this to go to World War III. No one wants this to get worse. And to be honest with you, I do find myself questioning that when I look online. Because when you see people just constantly sharing the negative news and the kind of doom and gloom situations, it does make you wonder if those people are kind of, I don't know, enjoying the drama of it, you know? I mean, I'm certainly not enjoying the drama of it. I certainly want de-escalation. I certainly do not want this getting any worse. I do not want anyone getting harmed or hurt. And I want this thing to settle down. And I want this thing to, you know, hopefully now de-escalate. So I think the hope that I've got, what I've literally just read from Donald Trump as well, I actually find myself agreeing with, which is hopefully that was Iran basically getting it out of their system, basically doing something in response because they had to, but doing something that they knew was not really going to succeed. I really don't think they threw those missiles expecting them to get through, because they had to do something. They couldn't lose face, but then equally, they don't want to have a fight with the USA. They don't want to pick a fight with the USA. That you ain't. It did that. What that plane did was so impressive. Like, it flew from America. It had to like refuel on the way, and it still managed to drop this. I mean, the weight of the bomb that was dropped, they were saying on the news, was like, it's only the USA that could do that. It's only the USA that's got that kind of military power where they can drop this bomb, and it's so heavy that it just goes straight through and can like penetrate like, I don't know, 200 meters underground. There's no other military that can do that. And that's just one of their weapons. I don't know what else you guys have got, but the rest of the world ain't got what you've got. So certainly Iran does not possess what the USA possesses. This is why I just don't think that Iran are looking to pick a fight with the USA. I don't believe that they're going to go after any civilian. If you go after any Americans, you've just started World War III. If you go after any American citizens, you've started World War III. America won't stand for that. Of course they won't. No one would expect America to. If they went after the wrestlers or anything, congratulations. You've just started World War III. Because there is no doubt at all that the USA would throw everything at Iran then. And they'd probably obliterate them. Just absolutely obliterate them. And I think Iran know that as well. So, you know, I think this was the response. But that's kind of how I feel at the moment, is the way that I've just read Donald Trump say, which is, I think that was the response. I think America bombed Iran. Iran tried to bomb the military base. And I think that's it. And I hope that's it. I really hope that's it. I don't want it to be any more. I don't want it to escalate any further. Hopefully now we can sort of move past it and it's done, and Iran has had their response. So, what day is it today? It's Monday. So obviously, as I said earlier, this is an ever-changing situation. How I feel now might be very different in half an hour. There could be some news that comes through that makes me feel very different. But we've still got a good few days until the weekend, of course. I think they're there for Friday, aren't they? So, tomorrow is going to be very interesting. Wednesday is going to be very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see kind of the messaging that comes out from both sides, and to see, is that done? Is it done? Is that it now? I don't think it'll be it between Iran and Israel. I don't think that will settle down. But, is in Iran's mind, is that it? Is the US kind of, have they been shown, Is that it? Have they been taught a lesson now with those, 6 bombs or whatever it was, missiles that they chucked over? I mean, look, the USA could respond to that, but that's not the play. I don't think that's the right move. Because, and I was actually really encouraged to kind of see that statement from Donald Trump. He didn't make the impression that he was going to respond. It seemed like he said it was a weak response. No casualties, no injuries, nothing got through. We shot it all down. Hopefully they've got it out of their system, which, to be honest with you, is exactly how I felt. I felt the same. I felt it was like, hopefully that's out their system. I think they've done it as show more than anything else. And listen, if you as American president, you could respond to it. They've still tried to throw missiles at an airbase of yours, regardless of whether they thought they would get through or not. They've still tried to do it, and maybe if you as president, you wouldn't stand for that and you would respond. But I was kind of encouraged with the fact that the message I read was that I think he saw it the way I saw it as well, which was they knew that weren't going to get through. They knew those missiles would get shot down. It was a token gesture. It was something to show their people we're not going to just let them get away with this. So they did that, and that's it. It's done. Got shot down. No casualties. No missile got through. Pretty weak response, honestly. But the response makes a lot more sense when you kind of tell yourself they don't want to fight with America. They don't want America involved. They don't want to be having to deal with America. You're just signing a death warrant. So this is why at the moment, like, if the show gets cancelled, like if Night of Champions gets moved, that's fine. I'm not waving a flag for the Saudis. I'm not flying the flag that this show 100% should go ahead. Poor Saudis if they don't get their show. I'm not bothered. It'll make no difference to me if the show gets moved or cancelled. But taking that out of it, I genuinely don't think there's a threat to the wrestlers. I don't think that them going to Riyadh is putting their lives in danger. I think that Riyadh is a safe enough distance away. I think Iran have responded. I think they can get in, do the show, get back out again. I just saw a video from Coach. And Coach was like, if you're all right with this show, you need to really think about the wrestlers' loved ones that are going to be worried. And, I understand that. But I think if ever you go to Saudi, your loved ones are going to be worried. I don't know when any wrestler has ever done one of these shows and their families have not been worried, because we've actually gone over when there's been trouble before as well. And don't forget, we went over and there was the whole hostage thing where the Saudis wouldn't let the plane take off. A lot of people said then we should never go back because we had that whole incident. I mean, listen, families were worried then. So it's one of those where we know this Saudi deal is not ideal. And we know that this show is not ideal either. But I don't know, I can't bring myself to say that I genuinely feel like the wrestlers are in harm's way. I don't. I think that you can get in and out of Saudi. I think they'd be absolutely fine. I don't see it as a risk. I mean, Iran aren't going after Saudi. I think they might have responded to the US thing now. I think the next couple of days are going to be very interesting. I think it's an ever-changing situation. And I think that it's one that we need to keep an eye on, yeah? Because honestly, in an hour, I might even turn the news on now, read some I've not seen, like Iran says their response is not over, right? Or something like that. More to come. Then I might feel different, of course. It's a delicate, difficult situation. And people have said, oh, we shouldn't have them go. We should go when it all settles down. But I don't know when it gets to a level that people would be satisfied with, honestly. Because I don't know when this Iran-Israel war is going to stop. I don't know when you stop that. I think they're going to keep throwing missiles at each other. I don't know that that's going to settle down. The only thing that I do know is that the American aspect is the main aspect that's the big problem. I think if it was just Iran and Israel throwing missiles at each other, I think WWE would still go. I think it's the USA involvement that's took this to a whole new level, that's took this to a completely different stratosphere. And I think at that point, that's where, if Iran now feels that the USA has been dealt with and they're not looking to go after the USA anymore, well, then kind of the USA is removed from the conversation, and so it just goes back to being Iran and Israel throwing missiles at each other. And as I said, we had that earlier in the week, and I don't think Night of Champions wasn't cancelled at that point. I mean, as we're sat here right now, I believe the Saudis are still under the impression the show is still going to go ahead. That's what Fightful have said. As we're sat here right now, the Saudis still believe that the show's going ahead. But again, it's a hard conversation because it's an ever-changing situation, isn't it? It's a situation that's ever evolving, and as more information comes in, it could be that things do change. Yeah. Iran and Israel are announcing a ceasefire, says Duran. Oh, really? Now that's news to me. I've not seen this. If they've announced a ceasefire, that's great news. This is bigger than a wrestling show. A lot of people are looking at it from a wrestling show point of view, and I totally understand that. But obviously, we all just want this to stop anyway, because just like in Gaza with Israel and Palestine and everything, people have obviously got their thoughts and they've got their side. But I think we can all agree that, there's no winners. You see the images coming out, and it's just absolutely horrific. From a humanitarian point of view, it's just horrific. And so everyone just wants that to stop, and they just want people to get the aid and the support that they need, and chucking bombs at each other. You're going to have civilians that are going to get caught up in that. So again, you just want Iran and Israel to stop. You just want it to stop. Really, if we can just find any way of de-escalating this thing. Again, I'm not bothered. It doesn't make any difference to me if we do this wrestling show at the Performance Center. I'm not having this conversation because I'm trying to fly the flag for Saudi Arabia. I'm just honestly looking at the situation, and we're just having quite an adult conversation, about where we are and what's going on and what the landscape actually looks like. And to me, I feel like that's America's involvement done now. I wouldn't expect anything else. I don't expect America to go after any other targets. Donald Trump seems to be under the impression that the nuclear sites were completely destroyed. That's what he's been saying, and that was their objective. So, from that point of view, it seems to be job done, mission achieved. So there's not, to my knowledge, any reason to go back. And if Iran now has had their response, weak response, but, still a response, and that's that done, then, well, that could be that, couldn't it? And that would be great, to be honest. If that would be great, not even from a wrestling show point of view, but from a, hey, guess what? We might not be heading to World War III. If we've achieved nothing else today, that's pretty good, isn't it? I'll take that. Hey, guess what's going to happen today? We're going to avoid World War III. Wow. Okay. I'll have a drink to that. That's pretty good news. That's good news. So, that's great. I've not heard that news about Iran-Israel ceasefire breaking news. Brilliant. I did not expect that, actually. I did not expect that because I genuinely thought that they would continue throwing missiles at each other because, it was hard to see a ceasefire come in there. I didn't sense one was on the horizon. I sensed America might be out of the conversation, but I didn't sense that a ceasefire was on the way. So that's brilliant. That's great news. So, yeah, I mean, look, as I'm sat here right now, should the show go ahead in Saudi Arabia, I totally understand where everyone is coming from. And I totally understand what Coachman was saying. And if I was WWE and a wrestler really didn't want to go, I would totally understand. And there would be no problems with them not being on the show. But I genuinely don't feel like Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, I didn't feel, even before hearing of the ceasefire, I didn't feel like they were in harm's way. I felt like there was enough distance there, a good, healthy distance. On a map, it looks close, but it's still like, I don't know, 1,500 kilometers. I mean, it's still a good distance away. The noise. The hell was that noise? I have no idea what that noise was. There was some squeaky noise. There is actually. Oh, it's the pool guy. Dude, can you see? There's a man with a flipping cigarette and a stick. Don't even know if you can see him. There was just a noise behind me. Did you get to see him? Hang on. There's a little bit of a delay. I'm going to see if you can see him. Oh, you can sort of see the stick moving, but you couldn't really see him. Dude, I couldn't believe it. There was some flipping noise going on behind me. Guys, there's some boomer out there behind me. Guys, I might be in danger. Yeah. Scary pool man with a cigarette right now. Dude, what the flip? Why is he up at this time? It's late. What time is it? It's like 25 to midnight. Boomer, what are you doing? Oh, he's cleaning the pool, isn't he? That's what he's doing. Is he looking at me? Guys, I might get murdered. Oh, I just celebrated the fact we avoided World War III. If I get killed by the pool guy now, I'll be livid. Livid. He's kind of not moving the stick anymore. He might be looking over here. I'm looking at him. He's looking at me. If he comes over, I'm effing him up. I'm absolutely effing him up. Yeah. Out of panic. Out of sheer panic. Oh, that was not fun. I was sat here talking to you guys, and all I heard was this squeaky kind of noise. I was like, what the hell is that? It was like someone had done something to the glass behind me. And I looked out, there's some boomer standing there. Is he still there? I think he might have gone. Hang on. He might have gone. No, he's just going. He's just going. Yeah, that's right. You run. You run, you coward. I'll F you up. I'll eat you for breakfast. Is he gone? He's gone. He's gone. Oh, that's good news about the ceasefire. And also good news, I survived. Mohammed, hello, my friends. Mohammed said, what do we think about Cena? Do we see him versus Roman? Is Roman returning or not? He effed the Seth feud. CM Punk also moved away from Seth. Don't know why. Roman is a part-timer now. Wow, Mohammed, there's a lot to unpack there, bud. Lot to unpack there. So, what's your view on Cena? Legend. Not crazy about the heel run, honestly. And actually wasn't blown away by the pipe bomb. I was really surprised at the reaction to that. The reaction was, it was a lot more positive than I was expecting, to be honest. I thought it was fine, and I thought it was good. I mean, it was a lovely little callback. I mean, it was someone on social media has actually took the original and then compared it to the one John did. And there's obviously so many lines that are, I mean, it's kind of word for word in many places, replica of the original pipe bomb. And people have pointed out Cena had just had a match. Cena had just had a match with R-Truth, just as he did this time. And Cena had been put through a table. This time it was Punk that was put through a table. But, you know, Cena had to lie in the ring as the pipe bomb was dropped. This time it was Punk that was lying in the ring as the pipe bomb was dropped. And, you know, I mean, the whole thing was just like a retelling. It was an amateur dramatic reproduction of the pipe bomb. And I don't know. I mean, for me, I actually saw a tweet that scared me. It genuinely scared me. There's things that I see in the wrestling world that scares me. And this tweet genuinely scared me. The tweet was, whose promo was better, CM Punk's pipe bomb or John Cena's pipe bomb? Now, remember, John Cena's pipe bomb is pretty much the exact same pipe bomb. Like, there ain't much, maybe the names changed of who he was shouting out. But other than that, everything was pretty much word for word identical, right? And the thing with Punk's pipe bomb was at the time, and a lot of people still don't know if it was real or fake. I mean, if you want to talk about breaking the fourth wall and talk about throwing out of the window kayfabe, you know, I mean, honestly, that thing is historic and so special. When we talk about greatest promos of all time, CM Punk's pipe bomb is right up there. It's right up there. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And one of them is the fact we didn't know if it was real or not. And that is something that people still debate to this day. We know now that it was planned. We know now that a lot of it was a work shoot. So they said he could go out there and basically say what he wanted to say. I still don't know how much of it he got pre-cleared, but they knew that he was going to drop this pipe bomb. I'm not 100% that they knew exactly what he was going to say, like word for word. But yeah, I mean, that's something that's still debated. There's none of that with the Cena one. We know that this was just a scripted retelling of the pipe bomb from like, what, 14 years ago. So, I don't know, it would be like someone redoing Dusty's Hard Times promo, you know, and doing it well, but still just doing it pretty much word for word. This doesn't have any of the mystery as to whether it was real or not real. I also think one of the biggest lines that was in it was about how CM Punk was now like Mr. TKO. He was Mr. Corporate. And actually, that was a point that CM Punk made last week. He said, look at us, you know, and he kind of said, I'm the company guy now. I feel like that line that Cena jabbed Punk with in his pipe bomb, I sort of feel like that was a line that CM Punk had used on himself the week before to try and take it away. Like, you can't really use that line on CM Punk. He'd already used it. He'd already said that. He'd already made that observation himself. So when Cena says that line on Friday in his pipe bomb, it doesn't land as hard for me because CM Punk had already taken that barb away. He'd already removed it. And so for me, I was like, didn't really register. It's like, I heard it, but I was like, yeah, I've already heard CM Punk kind of refer to himself as, look, I'm basically the company man now. I've gone from being the voice of the voiceless, and now I'm like the company guy. So we've seen her saying it didn't land. And then honestly, it's pretty much word for word exactly the same as the pipe bomb. I think when I saw that tweet the other day, and it was a genuine tweet that had got attention, where the question was asked whose promo was better, was it Punk or was it Cena's? And I'm seeing people respond Cena. I was so disheartened. I had mixed feelings, honestly. I was disheartened because I thought, how have people said this? I can only imagine they're young and they never saw the original. And I don't want to make that assumption because that makes me sound like, not arrogant, but like, I don't know. I couldn't get my head around. I couldn't understand how that tweet wasn't being laughed off the internet. The impact that Punk's had, his pipe bomb, and the impact of not knowing as to whether it was real or not. None of that was there for Cena's. No originality for Cena's because it's word for word a replica pretty much of Punk's. It's just a tribute. It's just a tribute band. A good tribute band. It's a good tribute band playing songs written and better known by someone else. I mean, I don't know how many people are going to go online and go, oh, I saw the bootleg Beatles the other day and they were so good. Who do you think's better? Do you think the bootleg Beatles are better than the Beatles? That's honestly the comparison. That's honestly like what I read. Was like someone saying, are the bootleg Beatles better than the Beatles? Yeah. I saw Fleetwood Whack the other day. Do you think they're better than Fleetwood Mac? It's like, this is insane. This is insane that this is even a question and that this tweet is allowed to exist. I mean, I don't know if you can report tweets for being flipping. Maybe it was rage baiting. That was another thing I thought. Do you think they were rage baiting? Because it flipping worked. Because I looked at it and I was like, this shouldn't even be allowed to exist. There's certain things in the world that shouldn't exist. And this tweet is definitely one of them. Whose promo was better? Cena's pipe bomb or Punk's pipe bomb? And the fact people responded when Cena was like, oh my God. This is... I just don't know. I don't know how... I feel like I have to do something. I feel like I have to make videos. I need to educate. I need to talk about the pipe bomb. I need to talk about what made it special. I need to talk about why Cena's was just insignificant in comparison. How they're nowhere near the same league, nowhere near the same level, have nowhere near the same impact. How that cannot even be a question. And so disheartening to see those conversations online and to see... I don't know. This is, I suppose, part of the reason why I began a channel. But, you know, here I am in 2025 after starting the channel in 2016. I wouldn't expect to see conversations like that in this day and age. I would have thought that people were a bit more educated about wrestling than that in 2025. I don't know. And then it does make me wonder, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know how I'm wrong, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's me. Perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps they're right. And you kind of go, well, no, that doesn't make sense. I mean, I do get things wrong from time to time. I almost got killed by a pool guy. I mean, do you know what I mean? Sitting here might have been a mistake. Streaming at this time might have been a mistake, yeah? But, I don't know. So how do I feel about Cena? Well, I'm not a fan. I'm not a big fan of the heel turn. I just find that it was just too late, and it's had some moments, but I think you could have done a lot of better stuff with him as a face. I don't think the fans want to boo him. And the reaction to the pipe bomb was a lot more overwhelmingly positive. Or no, I don't mind it being positive because it was fun. It was a callback. It was fun. Cena does a feud with Punk. Let's do a pipe bomb moment. I get it. I understand. That was one of the big moments that happened in their feud. So I totally get it. I totally understand. You know? But it's like, it wasn't anything mind-blowing. It wasn't anything special. It was just a callback. But for some reason, people really took it as special and really took it as Now the Cena heel turn has begun. It's like, why? What? Why? Because he did a callback to the pipe bomb. Don't get it. Don't understand. So, how do I feel about Cena? Confused. Honestly, confused. I don't think the heel turn is that amazing. I think it's had some moments. I think they've tried to make it work as best they can. You know, like they faced Randy in Randy's hometown. They did a R-Truth little thing, which I felt sorry for R-Truth the other day. You know, that match, it didn't go anywhere. So I sort of felt sorry for him. Now we're moving on to a feud with CM Punk, which is great. Definitely down for that. We did the feud with Randy Orton. Obviously, he'll cycle back round to Cody. So we'll get that. I'm surprised John didn't face Jey. I really thought they would have had him face Jey. Maybe they still will. Maybe he'll still face Jey. But yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't had him face Jey. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I sort of find that we're just drifting really towards his last match. And people want to know how it's going to end and who his last opponent's going to be. And I totally get all that. And that's a conversation we've had many times. I still don't know who it'll be. I do feel like Cody should get his revenge, if you will. Like he put John over at WrestleMania. I think John will want to repay Cody. So I've still got Cody right in the conversation, you know. I've still got Cody right up there in the mix for like getting the belt back. But yeah, I think the emotion of John hopefully turning face again, and hopefully, I mean, I wonder if John is going to turn face, and I wonder if Cody's going to turn heel, and I wonder if we're going to end with Cody as a heel, John as a face. Cody will beat John, John will retire as a face, Cody gets the win, but at what cost? I wonder if we're setting that up. I wonder if the frustration of the other day, the slow turn, is leading to Cody heel turn. And actually he'll do it around the same time that John will turn face. And then that way we can do heel Cody against face John. Cody can win. Maybe what happened at WrestleMania with Cody not pulling the trigger will be revisited. And, you know, then you'll have people saying that will make WrestleMania worth it. A little bit like how WrestleMania 39 and the failure to end the story there made 40 better. Perhaps you will have people saying, well, the failure of 41 and Cody not being, you know, heelish enough, that was worth it, because at the end of the year, when he was a heel and he turned on John and John turned face and we had the double turn, you could end up with a match where there's a double turn. It was worth it because it gave us that. To be honest with you, my counterpoint would be, I don't think that was worth it. I don't think it's ever worth sacrificing WrestleMania in that regard. I don't think that's ever going to be worth it. But maybe that's the play. Maybe that would at least salvage. Maybe that would at least make the best of what has been a bad situation. I think we can agree 2025 has been down on 2023 and 2024. So, you know, if we can salvage whatever we can out of 2025, I've still got high hopes for SummerSlam. I think SummerSlam being a 2-day event is going to be really good. So I've still got really high hopes for SummerSlam. I'm not down on the rest of this year. I think, you know, Evolution, the all-women show, is going to be good. SummerSlam being 2 days is going to be good. John Cena having his final match is going to be emotional. Like, there's still a lot here for us to look forward to. So even though this has not been as good as previous years, I'm still really hopeful that it's still going to be good. And, yeah. So even though the heel turn is not really what I would have done, I don't think it's been any great shakes. I don't think like it's been mind-blowing. There was a lot of people I saw saying that really they weren't feeling the Cena heel turn until that pipe bomb. And I was like, oh, okay. Okay. I suppose I'm still in that place where I'm like, yeah, I'm not crazy about this heel turn. And the pipe bomb did not change my mind at all. Well, I don't know. We'll see where we go with it. Obviously, we know we've got a big match, Night of Champions, wherever that's going to take place. A big match between Cena and CM Punk. I mean, that should be a lot of fun as well. I'm sure there'll be some callbacks in that match. Probably worth rewatching their Money in the Bank match, honestly, so you can pick up on some of those callbacks. But and some of their other little matches that they had around that time. But the Money in the Bank one's the big one. But yeah, that'll be fun, and I'm sure SummerSlam will be fun, and his last match will be emotional. And as we said, maybe it's setting up a double turn. Roman will be back when Roman's back. I don't know when he's back. We keep expecting him, but you know that after WrestleMania, he goes away for a while. Last year, he didn't return until SummerSlam. This year, he could be back before. And, you know, I would expect him to have a match at SummerSlam, 2 days SummerSlam. I think you want Roman there. So, look, he could come back and go after Seth. I don't think that's done. I don't think that's over. Seth could absolutely go to try and cash in and get foiled by Roman. I would not be shocked if it was Seth versus Roman at SummerSlam. That wouldn't shock me. We could absolutely do that match. Maybe Steel Cage, Hell in a Cell, something like that, because of Bron and Bronson getting involved. That would make sense. Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns, Hell in a Cell at SummerSlam, I think would be really well received. I think people would really enjoy that. They always deliver because of their history. I mean, they are each other's greatest foe. If we look at like Seth's greatest foe, I'd say it was Roman. And if you look at Roman's greatest foe, I think a lot of people would say it was Seth because of their history and everything. So, yeah, that's what I think about all that. So, Mohammed, shout out to you. Leanne with a plan, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. TJF 1983 says, I've been a member for a year today as well, 12 months. Hope you're having a great holiday. TJF, thank you, buds. Appreciate it. And again, 12 months goes by so quickly, so fast. So, yeah, God, crazy. 12 months already. So, TJF, shout out to you, buds. Wrestling Russ said, Days, you're still on vacation with a pool boy. Hello. Well, technically, I'm not on vacation with him, but I suppose in a way I am as well. I mean, I don't normally have boys around my pool, to be honest. This is the first time. Not a fan of it, to be honest. Not a fan of it. Certainly not when they're squeaking behind me, yeah? But I think he's gone now. I think he's gone. Late, isn't it? Really late. Actually, I mean, I've said that it's like coming up to midnight. It's not. My computer is still on UK time. So it's actually coming up to 2 o'clock in the morning here. So, I don't know. It must be that they do send them out to clean the pool, like in the middle of the night when everyone's asleep. Pervy. Don't like it. Swans said Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire. That's coming from Donald Trump. That's honestly such great news. I mean, I don't know if that's just breaking, but that is such great news. I mean, I think when we were waiting to find out what Iran would do in response for like America getting involved, that obviously was quite a tense time. And I really thought that they were going to look to close that canal because apparently there's, I don't know the name of it, but there's a canal that they've got, there's a waterway that they've got where something crazy like 70% of the world's oil goes through there. And I think America had a word with China and said, look, can you make sure they don't close that waterway, that canal? Like it's not in our interest that happens, and it's certainly not in yours either. And I don't know if China maybe had a word with Iran and told them to not do that. I mean, if China had said to them, don't do that, you know, Iran then is going, okay, well, if we can't do that, what the flip are we going to do, right? And so I think everyone was just waiting for that response. So when we got it earlier, it was a little bit, and it sounds crazy because they did still throw missiles at a US air base, right? At a military base. So, I mean, it is crazy to go, oh, it was a bit of a relief when all they did is throw a few missiles at that base, right? Because, you know, there's people stationed there, and I'm sure their families were worried and all of that. And, you know, I don't want to downplay that at all. I don't want that message kind of coming across wrong. But I really did, in that moment, and even now, believe that it was nothing more than for show. I really don't think that you do that and think that it's going to get through. I really don't think you do that and think that you're going to have success. You'd have to be an idiot. And I don't think they are idiots, but you'd have to be an absolute idiot to think that you could chuck a few missiles at a US military base and stand a hope in hell in anything getting through. And certainly when they're on high alert as well, like all the military bases in the area knew there was a good chance that a retaliation was coming, yeah? Everyone would have been ready. High alert, red alert, yeah? So as soon as I saw that, I was like, yeah, okay. They had to do something. I thought they might close that waterway, but if China did put pressure on them and said, you can't, because we need it as well, then you could understand Iran being like, oh, God, okay, we won't close it. But what are we going to do then? But equally, they don't want a flipping war with America. They don't want a war with America. They never wanted to start a war with America. So they just chucked a few missiles and went, there you go. Yeah, you don't like that, do you? And America was like, yeah, whatever. Sure. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Iran. Yeah, whatever. I actually thought it was a really mature response from Donald Trump. We don't do politics here. I'm not interested. I couldn't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. It makes no difference to me whatsoever. But I am going to say, if I see a response that I thought was a good response, and I genuinely thought that was a good response, be that Biden or Harris or Trump or Vance, I don't give a flip who said it, but I thought it was a really mature response to say, hopefully they've got it out their system, you know, and kind of imply that America's not going to do anything further, you know, de-escalation, yeah, definitely after that, definitely looking for that. That's a mature response in my book to go, fine. You chucked a few missiles at us. You knew they weren't going to do anything. We knew they weren't going to do anything. And hopefully you've got it out your system now. Good. And then, yeah, amazing. If a ceasefire in the area, this is great news. Brilliant news. I wasn't expecting this conversation. I tell you what, we have some mature conversations when I'm in Egypt, don't we? Don't get used to this. It's going to be back to the normal stuff when I get back to Market Drayton, you know. The Chaos Druids said, damn, I didn't realize that it was 12 months for me as well. My God, everyone's celebrating 12. God, we had a good time this time last year, didn't we? If everyone's celebrating 12 months, I wonder if that was connected to White Rabbit or Nightbird, sorry. Because that would have been 12 months ago, wouldn't it? We would have been doing Nightbird at this time. So I wonder if this is all because of Nightbird. I bet many of you found us because of that. So disappointing, of course, that we didn't get any Wyatt 6 on Friday, but they do have a tag title opportunity this coming Friday. We'll, of course, be back for that. So they're going to be going after the tag titles. I don't know how people feel about that. I don't know if people are, like, excited or... I don't know, it's weird because it hasn't had much build, has it? It's just sort of like they attacked the division a couple of times, had one match against Motor City, and now they got a tag title match. So I think Wyatt 6 fans are probably just hoping they get those belts. I don't mind, honestly. I would like something with a bit more story to it. I'd like something that's got some vignettes and maybe a bit more of a deeper meaning other than we didn't get opportunity and now we're getting opportunity. I mean, that's good for them and I'm pleased for them, but I think what makes that group special is not that. You know, that's part of it. The fact they didn't get opportunity and now they are getting opportunity, it's definitely part of it. But I think what makes that group special is the lore the deep dives, the character, the story, the narrative, digging into the backgrounds, the Easter eggs, the cryptic clues. That's what that group brings that no other group brings. And I think if you move away from that, or too far away from that for too long, you are sort of taking what makes that group special away. And that is just a concern. That is just a concern. Nothing more than a concern. Not a problem, not a drama, not an issue, not a it's the end of the road, or, they're washed, or none of that. None of that. Just a concern that the thing that makes them so special has been removed, or being removed. So, the tag title story is okay. I don't mind if they win them. I don't have strong feelings about it. I don't find that I'm as invested in it as I should be. I think I would be a lot more invested if this was a bit more story-driven, and if it had had a bit more builds and a few vignettes. And I think I'd really like to have heard from Dexter, Gacy, as to what this means to them, What does it mean to them to win these tag titles? Will it go some way to completing them or helping them, or will it? I don't know what it'll do. That's for them to tell us. But I would have liked something like that. It does feel very quick. If you think that they've been away for so long and we've been waiting for them to get going, you kind of think that when they do get going, there'll be like a real rich narrative, creative that's laid out. And I just don't see that. That's not showing itself in this current story. So, yeah, I said this on Friday. I'm a lot more, I think, engaged in Nikki and Candice. Nikki and Candice is going to give me what I'm looking for, more so than I think the tag title match. But, if they win, great. I think the White Six fans would be really pleased with it. And I wouldn't be down on it. But yeah, I just wish it had a bit more story to it, that's all. Aiden said, over 4 years for me as a member, and that has flew by. Aiden Burke, shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you, over 4 years. What's that? 2021, so that's just after the pandemic. Yeah, I think a lot of people found us during the pandemic, which was obviously, an interesting time. I wouldn't say it was a great time. I don't look back on that with much fondness. I think WWE has really changed a lot since then. Obviously, at that time, Vince was in charge and TKO weren't around. And there's a lot of conversations about TKO and if they're good for wrestling or bad for wrestling. I think the general consensus is they're bad. I don't think they've done anything too heinous, apart from the sponsorships and the ticket prices. But it's kind of, we're definitely in a different place, aren't we now, than where we were then, very much so. So, even though it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, there has still been a lot that's changed and evolved in that time frame. Pete Ivy said, what are your thoughts doing the rounds that we could be getting 2 WrestleManias a year, says Pete Ivy. This is actually an old story, I think it has done the rounds today, you are correct. But I've heard this story years ago. Apparently, years ago, there was talk they were going to do one in America, and then the other would always be international. I don't know if that's still the plan, right? I haven't really read any in-depth article about it today, but I did see the headline doing the rounds. But going back, I couldn't even tell you. It could be 3 years, 4 years ago. There was a story that did the rounds about 2 WrestleManias a year. And I think this was connected with Saudi, because Saudi obviously want WrestleMania. I think they've always wanted WrestleMania, but WrestleMania is a big cash cow. WWE are trying to have their cake and eat it, So what they're trying to do is they're trying to have WrestleMania as this big, grand 2-day weekend major event. People from around the world go in there. They can do their fan expo. They're trying to explore new ways of making money, right? You've got your roast of WrestleMania. WWE obviously make money off that. You've got your one-man dead show. WWE gets some money from that. You've got your club nights. That was a new one this year. WWE make money from that. You've got WWE Worlds. WWE make money from that, and they make money from the merch. And, you know, because of WWE Worlds, the merch is going to be insane, right? Sales-wise. Meet and greets. WWE make money from that. So, you know, they've got this big kind of cash cow. Now, if you hold WrestleMania in Saudi Arabia, I don't know that you're going to do 50, 60,000. I don't know what the attendance would be. You would definitely have people fly over there. You'd probably get a green shirt guy, right? But I don't know what the capacity crowd would be like. I mean, you could be looking at 25,000, 30,000. I mean, like, WrestleMania right now is doing like 80,000 on some days, 70,000, things like that. I think WWE rightfully have looked at Saudi as a growing tourist destination, and they've seen that it's not quite there yet, you know, and that people are reluctant to go. Saudi does not have a very good reputation. You don't need me to tell you that, right? Doesn't have a very good reputation. I think a lot of the conversation that you've seen today is, of course, around wrestler safety, as it should be. Putting the wrestlers' safety first. Totally understand that, yeah? But I do think there is a degree of there being this very anti-Saudi sentiment where any reason to stop going to Saudi, a lot of fans are going to jump on, yeah? And again, I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying, let's be honest. Let's just be honest. Let's just be honest about it, right? I don't have any interest in lying to you guys, right? I don't have any interest in sitting here and telling you stuff that I don't believe is true. I'd rather speak my truth, even if people disagree and it gets me in a bit of trouble or whatever. I'd much rather sit here and just be like, do you know what? If you're going to be kind enough to come and join us, if you're going to be kind enough to click on this watch along, the least I can do is sit here and just be honest and give you my honest answers, yeah? And not try and just tell you stuff for the sake of, you know, being popular, yeah? I can give the popular answers, but they might not be the answers that I'm genuinely thinking. And I think in regards to what you saw today with the Saudi thing, I think there was a degree, I don't know the percentage, but I think there was a degree of, this will be a great way of us not having to go to Saudi. And so, you know, let's get this trend in, let's not go, basically, right? And so we know that Saudi doesn't have the best reputation. So I think WWE are very much aware that that's the feeling amongst the fan base. And so they've tried to resist giving them big shows like Rumble, SummerSlam, WrestleMania, because those are big money drivers. You can still do those in America and then just give Saudi a B show and make it seem like an A show. You know, Crown Jewel. What's Crown Jewel? I mean, before Saudi Arabia, I don't think we had one. I don't remember ever doing one. So, you know, Crown Jewel. We're going to give you Crown Jewel, right? And it's a B show that they just try and dress up as a big deal. And, you know, I think we know what it is. We look at it, we see it for what it is. It's not WrestleMania. And so WWE, I think, have tried to have their cake and eat it. They've tried to keep their big shows that drive the most money in America to make it easy and acceptable for people to go to. And then they can still take that Saudi money and just give them a jumped up B show, right? But the thing is, I think as time has gone by, Saudi Arabia have kind of cottoned on to the play, to the scam, and gone, okay, we're a bit tired now of just being treated this way in the sense of being given jumped up B shows. And so we know that next year they're getting the actual Royal Rumble, right? They're getting the actual Royal Rumble, and they've made no secrets about wanting WrestleMania. So if you're WWE, and again, I always like to try and put myself in their shoes. If you're WWE, what do you do? What do you do? Because you've got to know that WrestleMania going to Saudi is a problem, because I don't think you're going to get much more money out of Saudi. I think Saudi might view it, hang on, we're paying you loads of money anyway. We shouldn't have to pay you even more to get WrestleMania. Like, maybe they can negotiate a bit more money for WrestleMania, but I don't know if that's going to offset the amount of money they make. You know, they get paid money, site fees as well for WrestleMania. And then you've got like the 80,000 ticket sales, actually 160,000 if it's 80,000 on 2 nights, and all the merch sales that brings, and all the extra thing. That's a big drop off if you're only going to get 30,000 each night. And ticket sales, that's a big drop off. Merch sales, that's a big drop off. WWE World attendance, meet and greets, everything suffers if people don't go to Saudi. So I wonder if the plan is, okay, we can't keep this wolf from the door any longer. There's nothing we can do. We've kept it out of Saudi for as long as we possibly can. They've been asking and asking and asking, and if we want to renegotiate this Saudi deal, which I know a lot of wrestling fans don't, but we know that TKO do, right? We've got to give them a WrestleMania. Like, we just can't keep not giving them a WrestleMania. So I wonder if the plan is, okay, let's do WrestleMania, and then we'll do a second WrestleMania later in the year, and that'll be the Saudi WrestleMania. And it'll be billed as WrestleMania, and we'll treat it like WrestleMania, but that will be the Saudi WrestleMania. And, I mean, look, I heard years ago that this was an idea that was floated. I think that gives you an idea as to maybe how long Saudi's been asking for WrestleMania, and the fact that this has definitely come up before. And I think that, London has obviously wanted a WrestleMania. I think there's been concerns about... I don't think the attendance is the concern. I think the concern is the time difference. If you do it in London, then obviously it's going to start at a weird time for America. And you can get away with that now with catch-up TV and everything. But obviously people want to watch it live. And so I think that's, been a bit of a worry. Well, if you do a WrestleMania in the US, but then the second WrestleMania is in London, it's still WrestleMania, and I don't know if it would be WrestleMania 41B, right? 41.5, or how you would word it, or if it would be like, if we were about to do it, it'd be 42. Like, would the numbers go 41, 42, next year 43, 44? I think that would be better, to be honest. Like, treat it like a real WrestleMania. If you don't treat it like a real WrestleMania, I think you're going to struggle for buy-in. I think people, you're starting to damage the WrestleMania brand then, because all of a sudden you've got a proper WrestleMania and like a B WrestleMania. I think putting B next to it or whatever would not be the right play. You would probably have to go WrestleMania 41, 42, and then next year 43, 44, year after 45, 46. So, I mean, look, how do I feel about it? I'm not crazy about it. It's not something I would be interested in, because I think you're weakening the WrestleMania brand. I think you're watering it down. I think you're putting out a product that is... It's not in WrestleMania's best interest. It's in TKO's best interest. It's in WWE's best interest from a money point of view, but I don't think it's in the best interest of the brand or the fans. It's, I think, just for Saudi Arabia. Now, I could be completely wrong because I've not read the detail. It might be the report says they're going to look to do 2 WrestleManias in the USA. I am just basing it on a conversation from like a few years ago. But this is what was said a few years ago, that Saudi wanted WrestleMania, and that this 2 WrestleMania idea was an idea of kind of getting around that. And then, like, because Saudi will have WrestleMania every year. I mean, they could have that second WrestleMania every year. London could then have it one year. Maybe you go Paris, like Central Europe. Maybe you go Mexico as we continue to expand in Mexico. You could do Canada. So, the first WrestleMania could be always in the US. The second WrestleMania could always be international, with Saudi probably eating up a lot of those. And honestly, like, I get it. I would understand. I would get it. I would understand why we were doing it. I wouldn't love it. I wouldn't campaign for it. I would wonder where we would put it as well, because you don't want it getting in the way of SummerSlam. I do think there's a need for a big show, though, towards the end of the year. You've kind of got Survivor Series, but Survivor Series, that needs to be bigger. Survivor Series has just been in an arena, and it doesn't really feel like a big show. It's like War Games. And it feels kind of like the King of the B shows to me, Survivor Series. Sort of an A show. I mean, it's been around since the 80s. So, I mean, Survivor Series as a brand means something because of, we all remember watching our first Survivor Series, and it's just been ever present. So, I suppose in a way it's a hard one, isn't it? It's part of the big four, but a lot of people class it as the fifth biggest behind Money in the Bank now. It's not WrestleMania, it ain't SummerSlam, and it ain't the Royal Rumble. So I do feel like after SummerSlam, which is early August, you've got the rest of August, you got September, October, November, December. You've got 5 months where you haven't really got a monster show. I know Survivor Series is there, but that's normally in an arena, and it's normally about 20-odd thousand, and it ain't WrestleMania. So I sort of look at that and go, there's probably an opportunity for something at that point, Maybe move. I don't know if you could move Survivor Series. Maybe you could run it in October. Perhaps October's a good one, because Survivor Series is November. October's a good distance away from SummerSlam. So maybe you could run a second WrestleMania in October. I don't know if that'd be ideal for the UK, though, because it'd be flipping cold. I don't think it would be cold in Saudi Arabia. I don't know if it gets cold in Saudi Arabia, but yeah, it's a good question that about the 2 WrestleManias. Honest answer is it's not ideal, but I sort of could understand why they were doing it, and it would be along those lines. Days over there with a guy cleaning his pool says, Zach, yeah, and I think he has gone now. If he goes up against the glass or something, horrific. Ben, hello. Did you know the pipe bomb last Friday said Claudio, and that was supposed to represent Colt Cabana, Nick Nemeth and Matt Cardona, Matt and Nick Jackson? Nice reference to Punk's past. Ben, shout out to you. That is a theory that's doing the rounds online. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but no one's come out from WWE and confirmed that. I also think that there's also rival theories. Like I was listening to Brian Alvarez, and Brian Alvarez said that when Punk walked out, Claudio Cesaro was actually going to be his opponent the night he walked out. So, he got let down directly by CM Punk walking out. So it could be. I mean, we also heard the other day from Seth Rollins that Claudio is a good friend of Cena's. And actually, Seth and Claudio and Cena are in a group chat talking about coffee shops. It was actually an unseen before I left that Seth revealed that in an interview. So to be honest with you, that is a theory that I've seen. I have no idea if that is correct. I don't find it clever if it is. I just really was not blown away by the pipe bomb. I was not impressed. I thought it was fine. I thought it was a fun callback. I did not see it as any more than that. I think that theory that he said these names because it was a way of saying Matt and Nick, I actually think that's lame. I honestly, I'm sorry. I know this isn't what people want to hear, but you're telling me that John Cena did a pipe bomb. A pipe bomb. And in this pipe bomb, he wasn't able to say the actual names he wanted to say because he would have got told off. And he had to work around it. So instead of calling out the Young Bucks, instead of actually saying Matt and Nick Jackson during a pipe bomb, he had to choose some other names that also include the first name of Matt and Nick. So he said Matt Cardona and Nick Nemeth as a way of putting Matt and Nick in as an Easter egg, because he wasn't actually allowed to say Matt and Nick Jackson during a pipe bomb. Come on, guys, please. Please. If there's one occasion where a pipe bomb should allow you to just completely rip up the rule book and just say what you want to say. Like, oh my God, I can't believe he said that. Hi, Tony Khan. Hi, Tony. That's a pipe bomb. Yeah. Saying, hey, Matt Cardona, Nick Nemeth, and then people online going, oh, I bet he did that because he wasn't actually allowed to say Matt Jackson and Nick Jackson. That's so lame. That is so lame. That is so cringe that during a pipe bomb you can't say the names that you want to say because you're going to get told off if you do. It's a good point. Add that to the reasons why I didn't rate it. Add that to the reasons. So if that theory is true, that makes the pipe bomb more lame, in my opinion. So I hope it's not true. I hope he just shouted out those names because those are people that they used to work with and they're no longer in WWE. And so, to be honest, when he mentioned those names, my reaction obviously wasn't that it was connected to Matt and Nick Jackson. My reaction was that it was just people that they both used to work with that are no longer with the company, and them being mentioned was like going to resonate. Like if ever Dean Ambrose or Sasha Banks or someone that's currently in AEW, whatever, gets like mentioned, or even if they get shown, to be honest, if WWE do a video package and Sasha is shown, you'll have people online going, did you see they just showed Sasha? Can you believe it? She's in AEW now. Like, you wouldn't think they would show her. And it's like, even that's a talking point amongst wrestling fans. So the fact that he mentioned Matt Cardona and he mentioned Zack Ryder, well, he didn't mention Zack Ryder, but Nick Nemeth, you know, and he was calling them by their real names. And I just took it as being people that they had both worked with. Just took it that it was that. Maybe there was another reason for it. Maybe that theory that Ben has seen is a correct one. But as I said, for me, that just makes the promo worse. Because I just think if you want to call out people, if you want to actually say people's names during a pipe bomb, you really should be able to say people's names during a pipe bomb. Edward, hello. Days, how are you? Hope you are doing well. I hope Egypt has been nice. Good to see you with some colour about you. My body has gone into shock several times. In my legs, actually. My believe it or not, my ankles are a little bit burnt. Because, I mean, they just never see any sun whatsoever. Even if there is any sun in the UK, I don't normally go out in it. And if I do go out in it, I'm always wearing some sort of trouser, some sort of jogging bottom or something. I never, ever, ever wear shorts. Never. So to actually put some shorts on, my body was gone into shock. And, you know, I mean, I am quite careful because as a result of what I've just said, I actually burn really easy, right? That is going to surprise no one, right? I mean, I'm white on a Sheamus scale, yeah. I'm not quite Sheamus. I'm probably just a step down from Sheamus, but I'm pretty white, yeah, in every sense. And I just burn so easy. I actually went on holiday years ago and I just went out in the sun, I think probably for about half an hour. I mean, it was no time at all. And I was a bit of an idiot, to be honest. I didn't put any suntan lotion on because I wasn't planning on like sunbathing or anything. But I just went out and I was talking with, I think it was my girlfriend at the time. And I was just outside. She was sunbathing. I was just sat down, just chatting to her. And when I got in, like, it didn't take long. My legs just went like lobster red. And I was like, oh, I've messed up, man. I've messed up. That's all it needed. Just half an hour, no sun cream on or whatever. And actually, my legs started blistering. I had to go into the pool to just kind of try and take the sting out of it. And like legit, like my leg was starting to blister and everything. It was like, it was not just burnt. It was whatever is after burnt. And it took no time at all. So I actually have to be really, really careful in the sun. I have to be really, really careful. I'm basically like a ginger person. You know, when they go in the sun, I'm like that. It just gets really bad. So yeah, to be honest, I've spent quite a bit of time indoors when it's been at its peak. And I've had factor 50. I don't know, is it around? Oh, it's over there. Factor 50. I've been applying factor 50, trying to run into the shade, trying to not stay in the sun too long. So, to be honest, I feel like I've traded one indoors for another indoors. But I must admit, when it was time to go and have lunch or something, and you kind of go walk into the restaurant and the heat hits you, it has been nice. Or if you just kind of pop out for a moment, it's been nice. So, I mean, definitely I've, got a bit of colour and I've been out in it, but yeah, I have to be really careful. It's not fun, to be honest, having to, I've had to apply so many creams to myself. I've had like suntan cream on, then after sun. I've absolutely scratched my leg up as well because it's on a table and the table has got sharp edges to it. The glass on the top of this table is just a little bit bigger than the table, and I keep catching my leg on this glass. Honestly, it's a health hazard. So whenever I get up, I misjudge the size of this table because the glass just slightly overhangs, and so you sort of don't quite see it unless you're really paying attention. You can see the table, you just can't see this slight overhang of the glass. And I keep standing up, and I've done it about 3 times where my leg goes across the corner of this table, across this glass, and I'm like, ah! I mean, listen, this is beautiful, this is paradise, but it's not trouble-free, yeah? I'm having to avoid the sun, and I'm like scraping my leg on glass, and it's like, oh my God, there's been a few times where I'm like, just get me home. Oh my God, just get me back home. So, but no, overall it's been nice, and I think my dad's enjoyed it as well. I mean, my favourite part has been there's about 15 bars in this complex, and I said when we arrived, I was like, I want a drink in every bar. I'm just going to set that as a little goal, fun little goal. Let's visit every bar. Let's have a drink in every bar, and managed to finish that earlier today. The last one we did was the pool bar, and I really thought I was going to have to get in to the water to go to the pool bar. And if I was going to have to do that, I was going to do that. But thankfully, when we got there was a little window on the back of the hut. So if you was in the pool, you could go to the front, but you didn't have to get into the pool. You could just go to this little window at the back and they would serve you drinks there. I think it's for people that are on sun loungers kind of around it. So I was able to get a picture there. So there is a photo, which I don't actually have on this computer, of me at 13 different bars holding beers up like that. Here's me at bar 1, here's at bar 2, bar 3. I might try and get that queued up and show that off in the future. Just me holding 15 different drinks at 15 different bars. But we did it. We did it. We did it, guys. We did it. Don't let anyone tell you can't do things. Yeah? Don't let anyone keep you down. So I managed to visit 15 bars. And to be honest, I mean... I think the alcohol here is really watered down. Day 1, when I was like first proper day, I think I had about 8 beers, and like a couple of rum and cokes. I'm not a drinker, right? And I really think the beers were like really watered down. Because I was drinking them and I still felt fine, like absolutely fine. I legit could have streamed. I could have streamed. I think they're just serving coloured water. Honestly, I don't even think there's any alcohol in it. I think it's just coloured water. Because I would have been fine to have streamed. So that managed to tick off 8 bars on day 1, and then it was a little bit more problematic because the other bars were just in restaurants and stuff. So it meant you having to go for a meal rather than just go for a drink. So they've been a bit harder to tick off. But no, it's been good. I've enjoyed it. And a big thank you to everyone bearing with the channel. I'm just so hungry to get back and to make videos. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm missing. I really have missed it so much. There's been so many. I mean, I still try and keep up with the talking points. I can't keep up with every little thing, but I try to keep up with the big talking points. I know what the conversation was today, for example, and yesterday and whatever. And I just really wanted to do videos and just. I had a hunger, I suppose, for like getting TikToks out and stuff like that. I think I've come to realize that I think very much in a YouTube sense. Whenever like something happens, I always think about doing a YouTube video. And I think I need to start thinking more about just getting the videos out. There's so much we talk about. I mean, we're going to have done 2 hours. We're only 25 minutes from the show starting. And I know that I waffle, right? But I don't mind waffling because I think if you talk about a topic that people want to talk about and you really dig into it, then I think it's better doing that than just quickly answering it and moving on and maybe going back to it several times. I'd much rather answer it, talk about it, explore it, investigate it, do it, and then move on, right? So I sort of I just want to talk about stuff, and sometimes I don't do it because I don't think it's like YouTube video worthy. It's not worthy of its own YouTube video, but, well, why is it not worthy of a TikTok? It probably is. So, yeah, I'm really quite interested in looking into that and thinking more about that and really thinking about how I get conversations out, and what conversations we're having. That's where my head's at, I think. I said I wanted to go away and think about things, and I've read what the members have put. And a lot of what the members want to talk about is the kind of faction game and all that stuff. I think with that stuff, obviously it's been a success and that's great, but I think my head is more thinking about videos, and it's more thinking about, I suppose, not being scared, or not scared, but quite often I will have thoughts that are not in line with the majority, and sometimes you're like, do I want to open that can of worms? Do I really want to open that can of worms? I mean, I've sat here and said I don't mind if the wrestlers go to Saudi, and I've explained why. And if it gets cancelled, that's fine. That's understandable. I'm also not down on that, right? I'm not fighting a campaign that they have to go. But, we've had a good, I think, well-educated, well-thought-out conversation on it. We haven't just spoke for the sake of speaking. I've been following the news. And, that's a thing that could have gone out. I don't know, is that a whole... Because there's pushback there. I know there's pushback there. There's pushback there. Do I need to spend my time going through that pushback? And then equally you go, well, I wasn't crazy on the John Cena pipe bomb, right? Do I need the pushback on that? Do I need to voice that? I mean, part of me thinks just let people enjoy it. But then when you see a tweet where people are genuinely asking if it was better than the Punk original, you kind of go, hang on, no. This has got out of control now. Now this is getting silly. because now you might have kids reading that thinking that this is even a conversation. Like this is even a thing. Like, at what point do you go, hang on, no, you're being silly now. That's silly. That's, I mean, that's actually offensive. I'm actually offended by that tweet. So it's kind of like, oh, I don't know. That's kind of what I've been weighing up. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. It's a tricky one because, well, I don't know. Sometimes your thoughts evolve, don't they? You know, sometimes you might think something, and then as you kind of think more on it, or you read more about it, like, you might change your stance on it. If you do a TikTok on something, I don't know, will you still stand by that an hour later, 2 hours later? I don't know. It's interesting. So yeah, that's kind of where my head's been at. Please keep the fedora when you get home, says Leanne. Yeah, do you know what? This is the first one I've ever owned. I didn't bring a beanie or anything like that, and just needed something for the sun as well. So just picked it up, and then I just realised I didn't have my beanie, and so that's the only reason why I'm wearing it. So yeah, there's no subliminal message, or there's no anything like that. If I'd have brought a beanie, I'd have wore the beanie. But I don't know, maybe we'll keep it around for a little bit. It's not the most comfortable. The beanie is more comfortable. I keep having to like just pick it up because it keeps sinking on my head. So I keep having to like just like readjust it a little bit. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty fun. I feel like I'm still in holiday mode. Perhaps I can bring that back home, keep wearing it, and feel like I'm in holiday mode. Mohammed said, I meant to say, will we get Cena Roman one last time? Or has that already happened? I think Cody will turn heel at Night of Champions or SummerSlam. If he is going to face Cena and Seth is about to cash in. Yeah, to be honest, I don't need Cena Roman one last time. We got it a few years ago. It wasn't that long ago. I mean, it's very different to Cena Punk. I mean, they haven't faced... I don't know the last time they faced. I mean, certainly they've not faced since Punk came back. So, I mean, you're definitely over 10, 12 years. So, you know, I think it's very different, that compared to Cena, Roman. I know that we've not done it with this dynamic. I know we've not done it with Cena as a heel and Roman as a face. But to be honest with you, I'm not crazy about this Cena heel turn. I don't feel like I need to see heel Cena against face Roman. I know that there'll be people that do feel that, and I understand it because Roman is such a big star and it's such a big match, that I could understand people being like, yeah, I'd like that, you know. But I think if I was at the start of the year to write down the matches I'd be most excited for Cena, it would definitely have been Punk and Randy. Those would have been the two. Because really, anything that plays back to Cena's past, like real distant past, not recent past, but you know, I don't need to see Cena versus Austin Theory, for example. But like anything that plays back to Cena's past, I'm definitely here for that. So that's why, for me, the Cena-Randy match and the Cena-Punk match were the ones I was really excited for. And, you know, we got the Randy one, and it was okay. It was okay. Obviously, we had the R-Truth interruption, which I think was a real shame, honestly. But, you know, it then took us where we ended up going. And then, obviously, we've got Night of Champions with CM Punk, so I'm definitely down for seeing that. I think that'll be a really good match. I think that's, you know, making Night of Champions a really interesting show. I don't expect CM Punk to win. I think that Cena is going to find a way of leaving with that championship. So yeah, I don't expect him to win, but yeah, I think that him and Roman, you can do it. I wouldn't be down on it, but I think I'd like to know what other options are on the table. You know, we're starting to run out of dates, aren't we? We've only got so many dates left. You can absolutely do Roman, though. He's a massive name, massive star. arguably biggest babyface outside of Cody. So, I mean, I can't sit here and make an argument for them not doing it, apart from the fact we saw it a few years ago and that there was other matches I was more excited by. But to be honest, we've done or are about to do those. I'm surprised they haven't done the Jey match. I mean, I really thought they were trying to build Jey as a solo star. They'd made him a world champion. And so now it was about kind of really cementing this title run. So the fact they've ended the title run so quickly is surprising, honestly. I did not expect him to lose to Gunther the other week. Very, very shocked, genuinely so, that happened. And I really thought I thought there was a chance we could do champ versus champ, Cena versus Jey, crown jewel, you know? I thought that would be how we would get to it. So the fact that that's not what we're doing, I mean, I don't know. Are we going to do Cena Gunther? Because that's what it looks like at the moment. I don't think Goldberg wins. And even if he does, they've already billed this as his last match. So I don't think Goldberg wins. And if he does, I think he's going to have to forfeit the belt anyway. So where does that leave us? And I don't know. Are you really taking the belt off Gunther again this quickly? Can't see it. Don't see it. Gunther beats Goldberg. And so, I don't know. Feels like we're heading to potentially Cena versus Gunther. I don't know in my mind as to what's next. I mean, I don't know if it's Clash of... I don't know if it's Crown Jewel after Night of Champions, or I don't know quite how they all fit. There's so many shows with Evolution as well, and, you know, Saturday night's main event coming up that... It's all a bit of a haze. I've not sat down and gone, right, it's that, followed by that, followed by that, followed by that. So I've not mapped it out. But yeah, I mean, Jey was one I thought we might do. So we absolutely could do Roman. It's not one that I'm campaigning for or I'm crazy about, but I'm not down on it either. I'd happily watch it. Right. Days, I've got a theory that Cena is a champion till his last match. He's going to win his last match, as people think he's going to leave with the title. Seth is going to cash in, and he's going to win the belt, and he's going to save wrestling, says Edward. So you think Seth saves wrestling? The only thing I would say with that is if, like, whoever saves wrestling, you would think would be a babyface because of the fact that, well, wrestling needs saving. Okay. Let's turn this down. How do we turn this down? There it is. Okay, okay, if we aren't going to get any wobbles, it would be now, because I've literally just turned Netflix on. So it says the live event starts in 13 minutes. So, yeah, if we are going to get any problems, any wobbles, then now would be the time. It looks okay, though. To be honest, I dropped the settings on the stream the other day when we did SmackDown, and that seemed to work fine. So I think we're okay. I think we'll be okay. But yeah, if we do get anything, don't worry. We should be able to bring it back. I'll just drop the settings a little more, but hopefully it'll be okay. Right, Mohammed said, neither am I a big fan of the heel turn. It needs to lead to Cena Rock 3. Well, hoping that The Rock is going to have a match is brave, because... I just don't know. I don't know if you can trust that he's going to have a match. It would be great if he did. I think a lot of people would be really pleased if he did, because, I mean, that would be a monster match, wouldn't it? To actually do him against The Rock. I mean, to be honest, even if we just got a promo exchange between them, that would be really good. Like, I'd take that. Just not even a match, but just a promo exchange where Cena's in the ring and The Rock comes out, final boss comes out. That would be really fun. I mean, at the moment, he did sell his soul to The Rock, but they've dropped that whole thing, haven't they? Like, you just don't hear The Rock getting mentioned. Selling of the soul. What does it mean? What did it mean? What did Cena get? What did The Rock get? What was that all about? I mean, it was just a way of getting us to tune into Elimination Chamber and seeing the turn. Like, that's the truth. But what was it in storyline? What did The Rock get? You can sort of make up your own mind, really, that The Rock got the control of the champion. I don't know what that does. I mean, he's already on the TKO board, so I don't know what that achieved. But he got the control of the championship. Okay. I mean, you really do have to fill in the blanks yourself, don't you? You really have to kind of make that work yourself. So, I don't know. That whole thing is just... I mean, that's part of the turn, isn't it? When we talk about the turn, and if we like the turn, like... that is where we've been. That is part of this story, and that has been completely abandoned and dropped, and it doesn't get mentioned anymore. And I think if you talk about the turn and if it's been good or not, like, you have to look at that aspect of it as well. And for me, that was not a very strong beginning. It was very shocking. Very shocking. I mean, if you go back to how we reacted to it, we couldn't believe what we were seeing. But that's because we didn't expect it, and we were trying to work out whether this was going to work or not. And I think now that we're a bit further down the road, well, people have got their thoughts, yeah? I don't think it's a disaster. I'm not sat here and I'm like, oh, this is the worst thing they've ever done. But, I just think that it was an idea, and I think that it's had some success. But I don't know that it was worth it personally. But let's judge it better when it's all done and dusted. Edward, shout out to you, bud. Edward says, "Oi oi, how are you? I have a long comment." I think we just picked up on that one, didn't we? Wayne said, "Days, who do we think's going to win the WWE title?" Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to look past Cody, honestly, bud, because I know that Cena and Cody were good friends. I know that they traveled together a lot. I know that when Cena came back, I think he was interested in getting 17, of course. You know, I think getting 17... I don't think Cena would have put his foot down and been like, this has got to happen. I don't think it was that. But I do think that, you know, as he sat down with Triple H and they spoke about what the year was going to hold, I think they knew that Cena winning 17 was a big moment and there was money on the table there. Because, of course, then you can do merch of Record Breaker and all that, yeah? So there's money to be made from breaking the records. And it's a moment as well. You know, WWE and wrestling is all about moments. It's all about OMG moments. It's all about shocking moments and making shows worth watching. If you've got the ability to break the record for most world title reigns, why would you not do it? Of course you would do it. I didn't think they wouldn't not do it. I thought they would do it, and they did it. So I sort of feel like that was one that we were waiting on, and obviously we got it at WrestleMania. So, yeah, I sort of feel like, though, that Cena and Cody are good friends. I think Cody is the big baby face. I know it's Roman, really, but Roman's not around enough. He's that sort of attraction. He's kind of like, if you had Hogan in the 80s, you also had Andre the Giant, you know? Like, Andre was a massive star, massive attraction. He wasn't there all the time because he would go off to other territories, right? And he would work for other promotions, traveled the world. And, you know, it kind of worked, actually, because it meant that you didn't get overexposed to Andre. This was part of the problem with Big Show, was that he was always there. So he was always, you sort of just got used to him, you know, rather than being shocked at his return. He was just always there. With Andre, he would come in and go out again, and he would have a little run, and then he'd be gone, and then he would come back. And I sort of feel like we're kind of in that place with Roman, really. It's not that he goes off to other territories. It's just that he goes home, and then he comes back again. And so, you'll have him in a run up to WrestleMania. You'll have him from SummerSlam. He might go away a little bit again at the end of the year, but then he'll be back for WrestleMania, and then he'll go away, and then he's back for SummerSlam, and blah, 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 right? And so I sort of feel like if Roman is your kind of Andre attraction, not around all the year, who is that star that's carrying the company then? Who is that baby face that's making house shows? Who is that baby face that's there week in, week out? Who is that baby face that's ever present, ever reliable? And, well, that's Cody. I mean, that is Cody Rhodes. I know there are other baby faces. I know there's Jey. But I don't think Jey is selling the merch that Cody sells. And I don't know. I mean, we just took the title off Jey really quickly. I mean, that's not a great sign, is it? It's not a great sign. It's not a great message to send that we really believe in Jey by putting the belt on him at WrestleMania and then having him drop it like a month and a half later. So it's hard to argue that person is Jey. That's hard. That's a hard argument. Yeah. You could make the argument it's CM Punk. That's a fine argument. I actually think there was a little confrontation between Cody and Punk where they were like, we can't avoid each other forever. Because actually, I would say the person that's closest to being the babyface that's ever present, the one that does house shows, because I think Punk does house shows. It'd be Punk probably. So, yeah, if you've got to choose as to who that ever-present red-hot babyface is, the Hogan of this era, the Cena of this era, I think you're looking at Cody, first and foremost. And then I think you're looking at Punk having a run. And he could have that run now. But I don't know. It's hard to think that Cena won't drop that belt back to Cody, honestly. That's what I think they will do. There is an opportunity to build up a new star and to actually have like a Trick Williams or an Obafemi or someone like that beat John, and we create a new star that way. Could absolutely do that. I think that's the outside chance. I think that's the outside shot. It's a play. It's something we can absolutely do, but I think he'll want to give back to Cody. Cody put John over. I think he'll want to give back to Cody. So that's kind of my read of it. But obviously, again, a very difficult one because there's lots of potential avenues, and it's just picking which is the right one, or which one they want to go with. MLW Flash said, I can see Cody and Jade winning tonight. Yes, I agree. I agree with Cody. I think Jade and Roxanne is difficult because I think they're quite close. I think Jade and Roxanne, I don't think there's much in it. I could absolutely see Naomi cost Jade, for example. She could come down, stop Jade from winning. I could see that. Roxanne then goes through. I think Asuka Roxanne is a much better match than Asuka Jade's. But if there is no outside interference, then, equally, Raquel could maybe cost Roxanne. It could be she comes down to try and help, but she accidentally doesn't. And she's like, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. It's like she tried to help, but didn't really try to help. But she kind of makes it looks like she tried to help because they've got a very turbulent relationship, Roxanne and Raquel. So, I think there is potential for outside interference and some move-in parts, but it's just hard to know what that's going to be. I think they want to invest in Jade, but I think they want to invest in Roxanne as well. So I do think that's a tricky one. I think Cody feels like the play. I think Cody feels like the one that's going to win. If I've got to choose between Cody and Jey, I think Cody gets it. But I think Jade and Roxanne is a bit trickier. We can definitely do a poll on that. LS Dub, shout out to you, says hello all. Hello, my friends. Hope you're doing well. The Ring General says open that can. What can? What can? What can are we opening? Oh, about the conversation we had earlier. Oh, I think I've got you now. Yeah. it's funny because when I started the channel, I wanted to kind of share thoughts because I had thoughts. And I'm sure you feel the same as well. Like, you read stuff on Twitter and it can kind of rage bait you in a way. Like, you can read something that you're just like, oh God, I just do not agree with that at all. And even from like big accounts and accounts that I like, you know, everyone's got different opinions. Everyone's got different opinions. And part of me is like, well, it's good that I've got different opinions on certain topics, not everything, but it's good that I've got different opinions because I think as a viewer, you kind of want to see different perspectives so that you can make your own minds up. I mean, if you have got an idea on something and you know, because everyone's saying the same thing and you're like, yeah, that's it. You know, you might not have challenged that position. You might not have kind of really explored the alternative. And you might just be kind of in a bit of a bubble where you think something and everything you're seeing is people reinforcing that, yeah? And so you go, oh, well, that's correct then, yeah? That's what I believe. But, you know, sometimes it is good to actually just hear the counterpoint or hear the other side. You might not agree with it. Might not agree with it at all, but it's sometimes good to at least hear it. So I don't think it's a bad thing to present the alternative, but it's just people can be really weird about when the alternative is presented, you know? I would never present it like I am right, you know? I might present it as like, I really don't understand the alternative. Like, I struggle with kind of the opposite of what I'm about to say, but everyone's entitled to their own opinions. But yeah, I think there's definitely conversations we can have that we're not having. I think we have them here, but this is the only place they live. They don't live in really separate YouTube videos or on TikTok or anything, you know? Right. Show is starting, and I need to just get my notebook, which was over the other side of the table. That was 2 hours of chatting, and honestly, I feel like we've only just started. I am having to obviously stay a little bit quieter than usual. I think people know that from the other day because it is, what time is it? 3 o'clock in the morning here in Egypt. 3 o'clock in the morning. We're getting close to finishing normally back home. Let's turn this up. There we go. Okay, the show is starting, my friends. Camden said, Days, do we think WWE could still turn Sammy heel? Could we have Jey Sammy at WrestleMania? Does that match need a title? I don't think that match needs a title, no. We're in Columbus, Ohio tonight. We could turn Sammy heel, absolutely. There's been a couple of little teases. I think I saw a tweet from Carrion earlier where Sammy was obviously defeated by Randy, and you had Carrion basically laughing because he'd told Sammy that in order to get anywhere, he needs to embrace his darker side. Sammy doesn't want to do that, and he ended up losing, right? So, you know, he's clearly trying to turn him. There's Roxanne looking fabulous. So with Finn, there is, oh yeah, these flipping toys, these whatever they're called. They're really on trend, aren't they? I saw an article on that about how they'd like blown up. Is she going to go straight to the ring? No. Got Becky backstage, just having a little look around. She's going to be taking on Bayley tonight, and there is Bayley watching the stream. Love that, Bayley. Shout out to you. Good luck. Love you, Bayley. You look fabulous. You look lovely as well. Everyone's looking lovely today. Here we've got a drone shot. Look, there's some woman there telling her boyfriend, look, drone. Then she went, ah. As the drone swoops its way through entrance 113112, goes into the arena as Seth freaking Rollins is going to be making his way out to the ring. We've got a bit of a purple light So does that mean Seth's in a bit of purple? What's he wearing? It's a little bit silver purpley. Sometimes that does correspond to what he's wearing. Not so much today. He just seems to be in all black. Seth out in the entranceway. Heyman is there. Yeah, he's just in black. I think it's more silver, honestly. For the Titantron, it looked a little bit purpley. Had a purple tint. But Seth making his way down. Heyman with the briefcase. Bron Breakker and Bronson Reed. So, Camden, yes, I think there is a chance we could turn Sammy heel. If he does face Jey, I don't think it needs a belt. I don't think it needs a belt. I think there's enough of an emotional backstory there. It's not brother versus brother, of course, but Sammy Uso is a thing. I don't think it would need a title. Jordan says, blah, blah, blah. Are you jumping in the pool? Jordan, I don't know what you mean, buds. I don't know what you mean. There is, sadly, there's no pool. Yeah, this flat doesn't, this place doesn't have one, unfortunately. There is a big shared one. There is a big shared one about a mile away. But yeah, that's, it's disappointing that, Jordan. It is disappointing. That's what she said Days. Why do I look like a 1940s private investigator? Who, you or me? I look like a 1940s private investigator. Yeah, if this was black and white, it could be like film noir, couldn't it? That is true, actually. Rain coming down, and I could have like a big paper that I'm just like peering over the top of. Like, I saw her standing in the doorway. She looked like $1,000,000. I think I could do a fun little skit with Timeless Tony Storm. I could be the private investigator investigating Timeless Tony Storm. I see where you're coming from. I'm picking up what you're putting down. The Jimmy J said, hope all is going well. Jimmy J, shout out to you, my friend. Same to you. Welcome, everyone, to Monday Night Raw. As we've got lots of fun signs. Cena can't handle the truth. Wrestling is great. I see that wrestling is great sign quite a bit, actually. I see that quite a bit. Low key, that is quite an ever-present member of the WWE universe. The wrestling is great person. Right, let's get a poll done, shall we? Because that makes sense to ask you guys a question, and that question is going to be who is going to advance? Who advances? Is it going to be Jade? Or is it going to be Roxanne? Okay, Seth Rollins doing Seth Rollins thing, saying he's a visionary and a revolutionary and all the other Aries, a canary. Okay, looking around. Columbus, you're sending me mixed signals? He wants to ask a question. What do you want? What do you want? CM Punk, OTC, OTC. Tony Khan. Boobs. CM Punk chants. Johnny said, we really need few wrestlers that are 6'4 plus. Johnny, shout out to you. I mean, this is where next in line comes in, doesn't it? You're chanting CM Punk, you're chanting OTC. You sing my song, you bark for the dog. So they start singing Seth's song. I think Seth understands that the crowd are just having fun with joining in. It doesn't really mean that they... Here we go. You have no damn idea what you want. Seth says, you don't know what you want, so I don't care what you want. This is quite a good promo by Seth, actually. He's quite fired up here. He's a visionary. Yeah, so he says that it needs visionaries like him to tell us what's good for us, because we just don't know. Okay, we're going to try an experiment. That sounds fun. I think a sign in the crowd said, put Kathy Kelly in Fortnite. It does. Okay. The things you think you want are because of me. Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns exists because of me. He's very animated. I think this is good from Seth. He's working the crowd, keeping them involved. I mean, they would be involved anyway, but Bron Breaker's ready to go, isn't he? I mean, I think Bron's having a match next. He's taking on Penta, I think. So he's talking about how much he hates CM Punk. His beard is glistening. Cody Rhodes gets a mention. Cody Rhodes. There is no second coming. Unless I'm there to put him on the map. So he's taking responsibility for Roman, for Cody, for Punk. He was the first NXT champ, that is true. I built them in my image. I am the creator. He's very animated. I mean, he's not just standing there. He's like going all over the ring. He's pacing back and forth. He says he is the past, the present, and this group is the future. I still can't get a read on Heyman's character in this group. He's just sort of there in this group. He's holding the briefcase, but yeah, I don't. Okay, we're talking about LA Knight. LA Knight is a big thorn in the side of this group. He stuck his nose in our business. And he got tsunami'd. That is true. He did get murked. What does that say? Bayley is a baddie. Breaking news. Lots of signs. Okay, little cheer for Penta. Little cheer for Penta. Let me spell this out for you. There's a lot of people who think they've got what it takes to exist at the very top. Champions like John. John gets some booze. Gunther gets a mention. Punk gets a mention. Goldberg gets a mention. Few cheers there. Goldberg's been getting better reactions than I expected, you know. Online, people can't stand him. But the actual live audiences don't seem to care. Just shows, doesn't it? Internet wrestling community. It's always smaller than you think. You are running a race for second place. This points to the Money in the Bank. That's the finish line. This is the end game. To be honest, if he cashes that in on the World Heavyweight Championship, I think that's a waste. I think it's a waste because he's held that belt. And I know it's a world title and it adds another world title. But if you've got Money in the Bank and you're Seth Rollins, you can be the face of the company. You can be the guy, and it's not the World Heavyweight Championship that makes you the guy. It's not the World Heavyweight Championship belt that makes you the face. Gunther is not the face of WWE. John Cena is. Before him, Cody Rhodes was. Before him, Roman Reigns was. Roman and that run has really, further cemented the fact that WWE Championship, I think before him it was Brock that had it. Right? I mean, we are talking big name after big name after big name when it comes to that WWE Championship. Not like the World Heavyweight Championship that's had Damian Priest carrying it, right? No offense to Damian, but I mean, nowhere near face of the company level. So if you're Seth, I don't know. I mean, it's a world title, but if I was him, I just think the WWE Championship, it carries more power. And if this is about control, if this is about power, if this is about taking your rightful place as number one, there's only one belt that does that. And that's the belt Cena's got. But I don't know that they're going to tell that story. I don't know that they can tell that story. Because that would be a heel cashing in on a heel, so there'd obviously have to be some moving parts there. I don't know that wrestling is going to be saved by Seth, as we spoke about that earlier with Edward. That's just, you can do it, but I don't know, a heel saving wrestling from another heel is a bit weird when you've got other options on the table, you know? Right, it is Bron and it is Penta, so we're going to be getting this match next. This is going to be our first match. After a very fiery promo from Seth, did the promo do a great deal? It was fine. Fiery, well delivered, but it was basically him saying everyone's playing second fiddle to me. It was basically him saying that, I've got the end game. This is the finishing line. This basically makes him the guy. The Money in the Bank briefcase. Johnny, shout out to you, bud, says we need some more 6'4" wrestlers. We could do with some more taller guys around. Absolutely. But as I was saying, just as Raw was beginning, I think that's what Next in Line is all about. I think Next in Line is not about trying to create the next best wrestler, right? I don't think Next in Line is really where you're going to get the next Bryan Danielson or the next Kenny Omega. You might be able to get that, but I don't think that's the intention. I think the intention is, let's get some big people into wrestling, because a lot of people that go into the indies, I don't know why, just seem to be on the smaller sides. The indies aren't really the land of giants. I think it's because, honestly, if you're a bigger guy, there's better, more prestigious paths. There's better money, and it's more prestigious to go into basketball. Or, if you've got a bit of size to you, obviously football. I mean, I feel like everyone wants to do football first. I I don't know if like height plays a part in baseball, but maybe some go into MMA as well now. Quite fancy going into that. So yeah, I think there's a lack of big guys going into wrestling. I actually read something, I think LSW shared it the other day, about how there's a bit of an issue with New Japan not getting bigger guys, and how they've got a problem in their company as well. And yeah, I don't know. I think there's just more attractive alternatives in 2025. And I think there is a lack of big people coming into wrestling. So what Next in Line does is it goes up to athletes and go, well, I know that you was hoping to be a football player. I know you was hoping to be an NBA player, but that has clearly not quite worked out. How about you get into wrestling instead? Have you ever thought about that? I know it does make wrestling a bit of a plan B, but once they're in and they're like dedicated, I think, people fall in love with it and they're like, yeah, this is what I was meant to do. And you can actually bring in some bigger stars then. So I really like Next in Line. Mixing Next in Line with the WWEID thing works really well because you're getting the best indie talent. You're looking for that next Bryan Danielson, that next CM Punk, right? But then also you're bringing in some big guys that you're hoping to train up and make good, I mean, don't forget Mark Henry came in from powerlifting in the Olympics. I mean, like a lot of people like Ron Simmons came in from football. I mean, we've always brought in people from other sports and, tried to turn them into wrestlers. So it's not really anything new. It's just we've never had a specific program for it like we do now. Nice suplex by Bron. We were just at commercial break, but we are back now. Joe, hello, my friend, said Seth is also a raspberry. Joe, thank you, my friend. I hope you're doing well. And Liam said, Days, where are you on holiday? We just went for a week to Egypt. It's a place that my dad has been to before. In fact, this exact same complex he's been to a few times. He just loves it here. It's quite good value, certainly if you book last minute. And, my dad has been saying for a long time, when I retire. He's got all these jobs he needs to do and all this stuff. Like, he's just been putting off loads of stuff around the house. And there's just loads of stuff, honestly, that he's like, when I retire, I'll do that. When I retire, when I'll do that. I'll get to that when I retire. And I think he's retired a couple of weeks ago. He's got this massive jobs list of stuff that he's got to do. Some of which I've been helping him with, just bits and bobs. But one of the things he wanted was a break as well. So he was like, I'd like to take the family away. I'd like to go with the family. And he loves it here. Good last minute deal. And yeah, it's one of those. It's been nice, honestly. It's been nice. It's one of those that was not planned. It was very last minute. And that's why he chose Egypt. He just loves the sun. I mean, he is just loves the sun. So it was a case of getting a good deal, coming over, getting some sun for a week. He wishes it was longer, but it was my fault, really. I mean, I said to him, I've got to be back by Night of Champions. And I didn't want to disrupt money in the bank. So trying to fit it in has been a little bit tricky, but yeah, it's been good. But we travel back tomorrow. It's late tomorrow, though, so no NXT stream, no member stream or anything like that. I'm not around. I literally will be on a plane when NXT is showing. I think our flight doesn't leave here till 11 o'clock at night. We don't get back in the UK till 3, 4 in the morning. Wednesday morning. It's really late. It's quite nice. We get part of tomorrow here. So we'll get a little bit last minute sun, but yeah, we are now in the final countdown. Bron Breakker climbing up as Penta is on the outside. Big chop coming in and another chop there. The barricade says Capital Credit One, is it? Capital One. This has got a sponsor. I know the sponsors everywhere. They're all over the flipping ring, but it's not often that you see the barricade sponsored during a Raw. Super kick there by Penta. But that did nothing to Bron, who charges over, goes over the top to the outside. Penta up over, gets caught. Gets caught there by Bron as into the barricades. Into the barricade goes Bron Breakker. Penta is back in the ring. He's having a little look. Looks like he's about to go air through the ropes. Kicks down Bron. Bron goes down. Penta again looking to go over against the ropes, over the other side. Here we go. Over the top. That looked good. Nice camera change. Jumps over, but he's grabbing his knee. He seems to be in some serious pain. Don't need Penta getting injured. Let's have a little look here. He goes over. I don't know if we're going to be able to see. No. We cut away as we go to commercial break. I wondered if we were going to see him like jarring his knee or jarring his leg. Might have just been selling because we are back at commercial. He is back on his feet and he is just hobbling, but he seems to be okay. He seems to be okay. Michael says, do you think Night of Champion will be cancelled or moved? We spoke about that quite a bit, but I think the headline is it's an ever-changing situation. It's an ever-evolving situation. So answering it now might not be the answer tomorrow. It's one that we do need to just wait and see. I mean, when we started the stream, I was not aware that Iran and Israel had done a ceasefire. I mean, that's obviously a massive step in a positive direction. We also have had Iran go after a US military base in what I think was a token gesture. I don't think they ever really expected to cause any serious damage. And if they did expect that, I think they're idiots. Because I could have told them that they would not get through with a few missiles, right? I think it was just they had to show their people that they were doing something, right, after being bombed by America. So, as President Trump said online, he was like, hopefully they've just got that out of their system now. Hopefully that's it. They've got it out their system. That was their response. And, really, I'm flying the flag for de-escalation. I'm flying the flag for just bringing the temperature down. And if the temperature does come down, if there is a ceasefire, and if Iran is kind of done with America now, and things are going to now settle, I mean, yeah, the show, I would imagine, will go ahead in Saudi Arabia. But again, headline is, it's an ever-changing situation, yeah? Oh, mate, that's really good. Penta just got slammed on the top of that ring post. He just got slammed out. That was during commercial break as well. We're seeing Heyman looking very concerned because Bron just spilled to the outside as well. Yeah, but I don't know why he's concerned because Bron's actually in control. That looked really good. They should have done that not during commercial break because that actually looked really good. Penta going face first in the commentary table. Corey Graves is on commentary again, and mate, I'm so here for this. I am so here for Corey Graves being on commentary. Bang! Lovely work there by Bron. Bron collides into Penta. They both go over the commentary table. Mate, we've just done so much good stuff during the commercial break there. I'd say these are the best parts of the match. So, rejoining the action as Penta and Bron are down. Bang! Yeah, we're just in a replay. That looked good. And then there's Bron colliding into Penta. Commentary table doesn't break, of course. As they both go over. Penta trying to get back up to his feet. Heyman getting out the way. We need Penta around for the Lucha Bro reunion, says Ace. Here we go. We've got Penta getting thrown back into the ring. As Bron gets back in as well. Kick coming in there by Bron. And again, stomping away. Penta getting back up to his feet. Taker 1990, hello, said Days. I was thinking that Seth could either cash in during Gunther versus Goldberg, making it a triple threat, or it could be Goldberg that wins the match and then Seth cashes in. Thoughts? Goldberg winning and Seth cashing in makes sense. The only thing that doesn't make sense is the fact that would be a really short run for Gunther. I'd feel really sorry for him. Because I don't know, that would be a real shame. Like, he'd have a loss against Goldberg that he wouldn't be able to get back. And he would have lost the title. But it is a way of getting it onto Seth, because Seth cashing in on a face makes more sense than him cashing in on a heel. So the math does math. It's only the fact that Gunther would have been sort of made to look a bit stupid again, you know? Another short, well, it wasn't a short run last time, but it was a short run for Jey. This will be another short run. Jey just had a short run. Now Gunther's got a short run. Gunther was made to tap at WrestleMania and keeps being reminded about it. And now he's got the belt back. He's going to now lose it so quickly to Oldberg. He's going to get Oldberged. So I don't know. That would be my down on going in that direction. Bang. Bron getting sling-bladed. Cara, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Made by Dawn said, I'm waiting for Cornette to come out of retirement to take on Heyman. Bron Breakker, Jacob Fatu. That'd be so good. I don't know how people would react to Cornette coming on, because obviously Cornette's got a reputation. People do love him, though. I don't know where we are with Cornette in 2025. I mean, if you went back a few years, there was plenty of people that were like really down on him, and you know, he's said stuff in the past, and you know, there's plenty of skeletons in that closet. But I don't know. He's definitely got the fan base as well. So I don't know. I genuinely don't know how he would be received. But what I do know is that a program between him and Heyman would be gold. That would be so much fun. That would be so good. Kick coming in there by Penta. Bron goes up. Ooh, big knee there by Bron. High knee there by Bron. Bron going up. Showing off the athleticism. Frankensteiner by Bron Breakker. 1, 2. Ah! Just gets a 2. Good little match this. Good open. Good open. So Breakker down. Penta down. So effortless, him climbing up to that top rope, isn't it? Match continuing, giving this match plenty of time. These are clearly 2 stars that they are really invested in. Bron Breakker going over against the ropes. Over the other side, Penta up, super kick by Penta, just as Bron was building up his speeds. Penta back in the corner, charging in. Oh, no, gets caught, picked up. Bron Breakker. Oh, DDT there by Penta. It's going to be really interesting to see people's scores on this. Penta charging over. Mate, that Mexican Destroyer was brutal. 1, 2. Surely Penta doesn't win. Surely Penta doesn't win. I can't see Penta beating Bron. Bron's in that Seth group. Look at this. Look at this. Oh. Do you know what I love about that Mexican Destroyer? It just looked a little rough. It was not perfectly polished. It just looked a little rough. And it looked better for it, in my opinion. It looked like it really hurt. I don't think it did. It just looked a little rough around the edges, but not in a botchy bad way. Just in a, oh, I really feel like I'm watching these two go at each other kind of way, you know? It's good. Duck underneath there by Penta, middle rope. Mate, he just speared. Jesus Christ. He just speared his soul out of his body. Penta off the ropes just got hit. Oh, mate, like a Mack truck. Like a flipping Mack truck. I just saw Penta's soul leave his body. He ain't gonna wake up for a month. He ain't gonna flipping know his name when he comes round. James, hello. Hope you well, buds. Where's James? I just saw James's comment. James Danes. In my opinion, Heyman is there when Bron is ready to get to that main event scene. Then Bron and Heyman are going to turn on Seth. Bron becomes the next big thing. Yeah, you could be absolutely right. Could be absolutely right. I do find Heyman right now to just be a little bit not directionless, but I don't really get. He's just sort of there. You know, like when he was with Roman, yes, my tribal chief, always acknowledging just, what, oh, my tribal chief, oh, you're so great, my tribal chief. And, you know, with Brock, he would be the mouthpiece. You know, he'd always do the talking. He doesn't do the talking for Seth. He doesn't acknowledge or worship Seth. He likes Seth. He believes in Seth. This is your one warning. Stay out of my way, and Penta's saying no. Silly boomer. Guy can't breathe. He's coughing up blood. If I was Penta right now, I'd be like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I should not have got involved. It's my bad, honestly. I've made a big mistake. I find myself in a situation where I'm coughing up my own blood. I am so sorry, Seth. But Penta's not like me. He's got ball. I respect that. I respect the fact he's got balls. Right, we're going back to last week, and yeah, that was crazy, mate. It's such a nothing little takedown. I mean, we think of the moves that involve a superstar doing that. There's loads of moves that involve a superstar kind of going down and putting their hands out, and then, oh, here's Adam Pearce. Here we go. Let's find out what's happening to these tag titles. Here's AJ. Oh, someone else injured. Dom's injured. Did he straighten his mustache? Postpone the match of Night of Champions? Dom's injured. Night of Champions match is off. Here's the New Day. Oh, with Grayson. That's a bit of breaking news, isn't it? Perhaps he just don't fancy going to Saudi. I don't blame him. I don't blame anyone that doesn't want to go. He might legitimately be injured, though. It is official. It's official. New Day against what? Judgment Day. Oh, here's Grayson. Don't treat my mates, the New Day, like that. Oh, he's hanging around with the New Day now. He's not hanging around with Theory. Are they done then? Is that it? Is it split over? Is it? Is that how we've split A-Town Down Under? They're just done. Okay. Okay. Joe said he's not injured. He just doesn't want to go to Saudi. Listen, I don't blame anyone that feels that way. I absolutely don't blame anyone that feels that way. I don't know if that's true. It could be true. I actually have not heard anything about Dom being injured or not being injured. So I can only go off what I've just heard. Okay, the Women's Intercontinental Championship. That match coming up tonight. Right, we are at commercial break, but they are just talking about, I think, what's coming up tonight. Night of Champions, Queen of the Ring tournament. Jade against Roxanne. Cody against Jey. It's quite a fun Raw tonight, actually. It's quite a fun Raw. There's some, I mean, it's a weird start. We had a bit of a nothing promo from Seth, but it was well delivered. And then a good match. A really fun match. But that's taken up 40 minutes. That's, you know, if you're late and you're just joining Raw now and you'd be like, what have I missed? Not loads, but a fun match and obviously a bit of news about Dominic there. Ellis Dub says getting Bron in TV matches and having him do cool as hell spots should be priority number one for Heyman and the agents backstage. Wrestling Russ said, is this a new version of Pretty Deadly? What, New Day? I kind of liked that little bit they just did where they were like, don't you say it, don't you say it. Because Adam Pearce was like, it's official. And they were like, no, he said it. I kind of think that was fun, them making out about that, like about how that was terrible, him making it official. It was all right. It was fine. I don't really understand Grayson's relationship with them. He's just a bit of a hanger-on, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see where it goes. Take a 1990 said, Days screw Jim Cornette. I used to watch his YouTube comments until his co-host asked him if he watches women's matches. Cornette said in a video he doesn't watch women's matches ever. Yeah, I understand. I mean, I like Cornette because of his wrestling knowledge, and I think that some of his opinions I agree with as well, but I do not agree with everything he says. And actually one of the big disagreements that I've got with him, and I think quite a few people have got with him, are his stances on women's wrestling. I find that he says a few things about women's wrestling that I just really fundamentally disagree with. But I mean, you know, it's Jim Cornette. He's dedicated his life to wrestling. He has forgotten, not even in his life, probably this year, more about wrestling than I will ever know. I mean, he is just an encyclopedia. He is a wrestling historian. I respect that. I think that, you know, is one of, if not the biggest voices when it comes to kind of wrestling content creation. I mean, his podcast is just huge. It's massive. It's massive for a podcast, full stop. But for it to be wrestling related, I mean, it's just huge. Absolutely huge. His flipping clips get like, God knows how many hundreds of thousands of views. So, yeah, he is, you know, he's a big player in this space. I think it's disappointing, his stance on women's wrestling, but he's entitled to that opinion, you know. Got to remember, he comes from a generation where women's wrestling was largely just a sideshow. It was just an attraction. The women were never taken seriously. It was never, you know, they never sold tickets. People weren't buying tickets to watch the women. But that has gradually changed over the years, and we're in a very different place now. I think he's not kind of moved with that, you know. He doesn't still really watch for that or believe in that, and, you know, I think that's a shame. Okay, we've got Michael Cole with Goldberg. Did you think there was any way I was going to let what Gunther did slide? I tried to relax. I wasn't wrestling. I just went to have fun. The lack of respect I saw that night was pretty unbelievable. He should have a look on X. Has he ever seen Twitter? Has he ever read any of the comments on certain YouTube videos? Because what Gunther said about him was a walk in the park. I didn't know when, I didn't know where I would seek my revenge. No one's ever talking to me like that. He embarrassed me in front of my family. He's not going to get away with it. It's a logical choice, says Goldberg. Oh, I'm going to beat the out of Gunther, and they bleep it. I didn't hate that promo. Is this your retirement match? Okay, why is Michael telling us what was said in an interview? Why don't you just show us what was said in the interview? He's like, I asked Goldberg, is this your retirement match? He told me yes. What? Did you turn the camera off? Why did you not show us that footage? Did you not think that was worth recording? Turn the camera off. I'm going to ask him about his retirement, but I don't want it filmed. We're not going to film it. Okay, Finn is trying to motivate Judgment Day. Dumb, super sad. Roxanne. That's right. You've got this, Roxy. We're going to bring the tag titles back. Yeah. Raquel 2 belts. You are the women's tag champs. Just you on your own. Yeah. Sitting around here complaining and oh God, Raquel's all fiery and she calmed down, love. Hey. Can't just let Rhea walk all over you. Yeah, you're the enforcer. Make her pay. Oh, that's it. She's fired up. She's gone off to see Rhea. Everything's going to be okay, says Roxanne. Oh, I'm here to see Dom and Roxanne get a bit closer. I'm definitely here for that. I'm definitely here for that. Okay. Is there a storm coming? There is. Guys, there's a storm coming. Right, let's end this poll for our opening match. Calvin said they're going to pair Waller and New Day and not even do anything with Theory. Not even a proper face or a feud. Nothing. Seriously. It is surprising if we're just, that's it. The big split between them is we're just going to not have them be around each other anymore. I agree. That is a surprise. Okay, great 46%, good 37%, all-time 13, and bad 2. That means that opening match was great 59%. I think that's very fair. I would be around that ballpark as well. I thought it had some really fun moments. I think it deserves to get into great, but I don't think we need to get carried away, right? It was enjoyable, and strong, and I think great is right, but yeah, great 59. I'm around that ballpark. Let's see what Jade and Roxanne can do, as we've just gone to commercial break again, of course, because we love it. Let's turn that down a touch. Right, Nolan said, do we think Jim Cornette could go in the Hall of Fame? Yes. He's accomplished less in WWE, but he's got the best podcast and he was the best manager. Will he join the Hall? Yeah, definitely. And even without the podcast, he deserves to go in. As a manager, he's one of the greatest managers of all time. I think he classes himself at maybe number 2. I think I've heard him say that he classes Bobby the Brain as being better than him or ahead of him. But yeah, he puts himself in that conversation, which I have no problem with. He was brilliant. And, you know, he was not only in WWE, of course. People know him from that. But, you've obviously got him in the NWA as well, WCW, and we're talking about someone that started off as a photographer and went from being a photographer to being a manager, and then wasn't just any manager, but was like one of the top managers in NWA, in WCW, in WWE, and now he went and then was a promoter. He ran Smoky Mountain, and he ran OVW. I mean, just think about what he contributed with Cena coming through, Batista coming through, Brock coming through. He was running that, and he was part of that. I mean, if Jim Cornette has not made a contribution to wrestling that is worthy of going in the Hall of Fame, I don't know what he should have done. I don't know what more he could have done, right? If he's not Hall of Fame worthy, I'd make the argument there ain't many people that are Hall of Fame worthy, right? However you feel about him, I understand there's people like not keen on him, and some of the language that he uses, and maybe some of the language he's used in the past. I get that. I understand that. I hear that. But yeah, I mean, put that to one side. What he's done in wrestling, is it Hall of Fame worthy? I don't even think it's debatable. I genuinely don't even think that there's a debate to be had. We're talking about one of the greatest managers of all time, doing it in multiple different promotions over multiple different decades, being a promoter, just even the work he did in OVW. I mean, and then, absolutely, you can include the success of his podcast. He's now one of the biggest voices for pro wrestling, which again, super important. Educating and sharing that knowledge. And it's just such a shame that there's, I think, some pretty major things that the women's wrestling in particular, I really disagree with his stance on. And of course, I've heard him say stuff that I don't agree with on certain different topics, whatever, but it's always worth listening to what he's got to say because he's so knowledgeable. So, definitely. Definitely, Nolan. I think he should go in and will go in. Okay, we're backstage with Bayley and Lyra. There's Becky as well in the background. Why is Bayley being so funny? I'm sorry. This means a lot to me. When I beat Becky, you'll be first in line. Bayley being a bit off with Lyra. I mean, this has got a feeling of a triple threat. They're kind of showing us that Lyra and Bayley are not quite on the same page. They're not quite BFFs. So I wonder if they're on a collision course. I could see triple threat there, honestly. Okay, Asuka in the final. It's going to be Roxanne or Jade. Actually didn't see the result of that poll. Can I still get to it? Can I still get to it? Can I still get to it? No. I'll never know who you guys voted. Okay. Lyra did look confused when Bayley returned. Definitely something boiling, says Jay. Jay, I hope you're well. Yeah, don't know where they're going with that, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on. Okay, bell has sounded. We are underway with match number 2. If you are just joining us, we're almost an hour done. Obviously, this show only tends to run for 2.5 hours. So we've probably got about an hour and a half left to go. But there's Roxanne. She steps outside the ring as Jade just wants to get started with things. Roxanne back in the ring. So yeah, about an hour and a half to go. Obviously, guessing our main event's going to be Cody against Jey Uso. Nice slap there by Roxanne. She rolls out the ring again. WrestleRant said, I've said it from the beginning about the Theory and Waller. I just don't see greatness in either of them. I do stand by that. I think WWE has been showing us that they don't care. James said, I'm Team Rox no matter what. Yeah, I'm Team Rox as well here. I'd like Roxanne to get it. I think it's an interesting challenge, this, though, because obviously Jade came in with a big fanfare. I don't think I thought that was going to be a bit of a botch there, but no, it was well saved as Roxanne is thrown into the corner, moves out the way. Jade charges in. Big shot there by Roxanne. Does a little curtsy in front of Jade's. Jade staring over at Roxanne. Roxanne is backing away, rolling out the ring as Jade is chasing after her. Yeah, it's a difficult one because I don't think they want to give up on Jade's. It's clear who the better talent is in this match. I mean, blooming Roxanne's bumping all over the show here. Slap coming in. Roxanne flops out the ring. Roxanne on the outside as Jade comes over, grabs Roxanne. Oh, Roxanne goes down. Jade stumbles back. Roxanne going back against the ropes, round the houses. Oh, backbreaker. Backbreaker. So Jade managing to get in control. Roxanne over in the corner. Jade with her throws. Roxanne goes down. Jade looks out to the fans, trying to get the crowd on her sides. Do you know, I'm going to say something a bit controversial. I just don't find Jade likable, and I don't know if that's controversial. I feel like quite a few people are probably going to say, yeah, I see where you're coming from, or I agree. I just don't, I think she's a heel. I just think she's a heel. I don't root for her. I don't care to see her succeed. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. I just don't find her likable. I think she's very show-off, isn't she? She's very like, you know, a storm is coming, I'm the greatest kind of a thing. But there's lots of baby faces that do that and believe in themselves. Oh, drop kick there by Roxanne. Her feuding with Naomi as well. I mean, like, I find myself rooting for Naomi because Naomi deserves better than what she's had. So the fact we've moved away from the glow and we've got the proceed with caution thing and like Naomi's got some momentum, I love that. I'm certainly not rooting for Jade in that feud. And like here now she's taking on Roxanne. Roxanne's way better, way more interesting. I think part of it is we know Jade is limited. She's limited. You know that you're not going to get an amazing match out of Jade. You're probably not going to get an amazing promo. She's got an amazing look. I'll give her that. She's got an amazing look. But, I don't know. That look does not make me want to root for her. Yeah, I can't quite put my finger on it. I think she'd be a better heel. Bang. Jade still can't wrestle, which would help if you was a wrestler, says Maggie. That is true, actually, Maggie. That is true. You are speaking some truth there. It would help if she could wrestle. She can do some stuff. It's not like she can't do anything, but I don't know. Should she be in NXT? Where would she be if she was in NXT? If she was in NXT and she had like a long run as champion, that would help. That would help. I think that's maybe the level she's at. Maybe she would be in NXT and she'd be having a long run as champ right now. Roxanne in control. We are at commercial break. Bishop said, Days, I agree. I think it's the way that AEW booked her. Oh, you think that this goes all the way back to AEW? It could be. It could be. It could be a hangover from that. If that is true, then we've not been able to kind of really change anything since she came into WWE. I don't know. She just sort of gestured to the crowd, and the crowd gave her a cheer. It wasn't a loud cheer, but it was a cheer. So, I mean, I think she definitely has got some support, but yeah, there's a sign in the crowd that says, I paid to see Roxanne. I'm not sure we're going to see too many I paid to see Jade Cargill signs. Crowd are applauding away as we're still at commercial break. William, hello, said Jade was in AEW, basically Nia, before she put Lana through the tables for 6 straight weeks. Thomas said, Days, she is the greatest, but she never had a singles championship. Right now, we got Roxanne going over. Days, to me, Jade is like Charlotte, just a natural heel, says James. Yeah, I agree. It's listen, you're going to really flipping struggle to make Charlotte a face. People do not like Charlotte, and she's a natural heel. She's got that natural flair, arrogance, and chop block there by Roxanne. And yeah, I agree. I think Jade strikes me as being a better heel than a face. I think they'll definitely turn her at some point. I think they're just trying to see where this face run goes. God, so good by Roxanne. Bouncing off the bottom rope to get to the middle rope to do a springboard moonsault. So good, so crisp. Right now, working. What I love about that is that that's quite a lucha thing to do there by Roxanne, right? They're just showing a replay. Look at it. Look at it. Very, very lucha style, but that is not her style. Her style is more just kind of mat-based technical, really. She's not a brawler. She's very good with her kind of intricate roll-ups and reversals, and I think she's got quite a technical style. But you can see these other elements that get brought in. You know, just this odd little flash of lucha that gets brought in. And listen, I'm sure you could put her in a street fight, and I'm sure she'd be able to brawl as well. So, Roxanne, she's got so many facets to her game. And then you've got Jade that doesn't have many facets to her game. Right now, you've got Roxanne going up top. Perch, Jade coming up. Roxanne is really making this match, by the way. She's really making this match. Jade with a fall away. She's trying to kip up, and that leg is suffering. Good fall away slam there by Jade. As we said, she can do some stuff, right? Let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. She can do some stuff. Big boot. She's got some good power to her, of course. Nice spine buster there by Jade. And again, look, she's doing a little bit of selling here. She's like, my leg. She's trying to get a bit going. It's a good little comeback, this by... she just licked her face. What the boom out? The blooming out, did she do? She grabbed her like that, and she's like... 1, 2, Roxanne kicks out. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? She just licked her face, just went... like that. My boy lollipop. That's sexy. Yeah. Monday Night Pervs. Roxanne gets thrown over. Blah. Big kick, mates. She's ready to get jaded. Picks her up. No, reversed. Steps through. Look at that. And bridges too. Only got 2. She went for the super kick. Rolls out the way. Super kick comes in. Connects. God, Roxanne, look at her making flipping lemonade out of lemons. No, gets caught. I don't know which way this goes. Lovely takedown. Against the ropes, Roxanne. Ooh, double knees, back of the head. 1, 2. Mate, this is cooking. They're doing some cooking. This is good. This is really good. I think what's really helping this match is I don't know which way it's going to go. Roxanne is doing the bulk of the workload. Jade is just getting in moments that make her look good. Big power moves. Nice fall away slam. Nice spine buster. It's a bit like a celebrity match in a way that we're playing to the strengths. We're playing to Jade's strengths. Kick to the midsection. Pop rocks, pop rocks, pop rocks. No, against the ropes. Oh, make that big boot. This could be it. This might be it for Roxanne. Powerbomb. Powerbomb. Throws her over. Now jaded. And connects. Turns her over. That'll be it. She's checking the shoulder. 2, 3. It's Jade that gets it. Jade beats Roxanne. In a fun little match, honestly. Vlad the Impaler. Mayor Pete, hello. Have I been muted? I have not by me. I have no idea, but I can tell you that I actually went through the band list the other day. I had to go through it. You weren't there. So I'm not aware of anything. Sky News said no agreement on ceasefire. Just when you get given something good, it gets taken away. So Iran are claiming that there's no agreement on any ceasefire at the moment. See what I mean about an ever-evolving, ever-changing situation? Hopefully they can get one done, though. Hopefully there's talks that are going on, and hopefully they can get somewhere. Hello, Saudi getting mentioned. Michael mentioning Saudi, so certainly seems like there's no change in plan at the moment. Oh, here's Asuka. Asuka against Jade. A match literally no one was asking for. Mess her up, Asuka. Mess her up. Absolutely mess her up. Knock her teats off. So there we go. Asuka, Jade, face to face, standing in front of this Queen of the Ring crown. Gotta tell you, I could see that crown on Jade's. I'd like to see it on Asuka, but I could see them putting it on Jade's. I mean, if Jade wins, she would go into a match against Tiffany. And then you've got Naomi. Jade could win at SummerSlam and Naomi could cash in. So it's definitely not impossible that Jade gets the win. I'd rather it be Asuka, but you know. Special start time next week for Raw. This is like putting Bret Hart in there against Eugene, said Nita Nitro. Well, dream match. Dream match. I think Jade is going to win, says Ben. With Triple H booking, he might do something crazy and have Jade win, said Dr. Lucha Lala. 6 p.m. next Monday, says Rhea Bloody Ripley. Yeah, well, I mean, we're back. We're back, baby. We're back. So if anyone didn't join us earlier or didn't catch us earlier, we are traveling back literally when NXT is on. So as you're enjoying NXT tomorrow, I will be in a plane. So sadly, we can't do NXT, but I should be back in Market Drayton. I should be back home early Wednesday. I mean, I'm going to be shattered, so I'm going to be sleeping. But should be able to, get an Evolve stream done. So if you're around and you want to see if we're all back and everything's back to normal, we should be around on Wednesday for the Evolve stream. I think, I'll need to get a Night of Champs predictions video done. And, yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter start time for SmackDown. It doesn't really matter start time for next week's Raw. It doesn't really matter start time for Night of Champions. It doesn't really matter because we're back. We're back home, so... here is Gunther. Big Migs said Jade showed her Putang pie twice. Love that for me, said Big Migs Gaming. Did she? Big Migs, did she? Well, if you noticed it, I'm guessing the internet noticed it. So, I mean, what I'll do is I'll try and find those pictures just so I can make sure they get deleted. What I'll do is I'll find them, I'll download them, but then I'll delete them, and I think that takes them off the internet. I'm not sure how it works, to be honest. I'll try. I'll do that. I'll try and find those pictures. I'll download them, and then I'll delete them, and I'll see if that actually erases them off the internet. And I'm willing to do that for Jade. It's just part of the service. Just part of the service, so. Big Mix Gaming, thank you. And I also love that for you. I love that for all of us. Yeah. Very good. BBB Yipsy said, Days, have you seen Bayley Humphrey from LFG? Not loads, to be honest. I've seen her. I know what she looks like. Flipping wrecking ball by the looks of it. She's huge. She's a monster. She's very interesting. She would be the strongest female ever in WWE, says BBB Yipsy. I know that she's got like big traps, like she's like that. She's very interesting look. Very like unlike anything we've seen before. I suppose in a way China-esque, but I don't know. I don't look at her and really think China, to be honest. So, yeah, I mean, I haven't seen her wrestle. I've not seen her promos. I've seen her, and I've seen, like, some footage of her training, whatever. But, yeah, I'm interested. Hopefully she comes to Evolve. Oh, here's Dominic. Your injury, which we still don't know what it is. Perhaps he's hurt his peen. Here we go. Look, he's got the microphone. He's looking around the crowd. We've only got 50-odd seconds. Jackie. Few boos for Dominic. They don't deserve an explanation, Dom. If they're going to treat you like that. What I would like to say is... Yeah, no. Forget them, Dom. Forget them. They're being way too disrespectful. What I'm trying to say is, and again, they just... Oh, guys, shut up. I want to know what he's going to say. He misses his Juanita. His ribs. His ribs. It'd be pretty funny if he said his ribs were tendy. My ribs are really tendy. They're chicken tendy. Well, there we go. The crowd were booing him. At least we heard. I mean, I didn't even... They might have said earlier. I didn't know what it was, but it was his ribs, apparently. We're just seeing MetLife Stadium. So, yeah, Bibi Yipsy. Goods. Bayley Humphrey. She's on the radar. Fanatics Fest. Oh, I saw that footage of the fan with Alexa at Fanatics Fest. That was great. 55, 27, 8, and 7. So, Jade Roxanne, you lot says was just good 93. I'm quite surprised at that. No, I mean, you was pretty much united that that was just good. 55% good, only 27% great. 7% said it was bad. I think I enjoyed that match more than the community average. Well, there we go. Penta Bron, great 59. Jade Roxanne, good 93. See what we've got next. Ben says, Stace, my thoughts. Maybe Triple T could stream NXT, but he would probably start the stream and not bother showing up. Ben, I think you know Triple T very well. I also think that's what would happen, Ben. Yes. I'd imagine our friend Dave in real life will probably be doing it. I know he was, I believe, doing it last week. I think he does NXT. Okay, here's Rusev, Sheamus. You're still pretending to be everyone's friend. Rusev's very quiet. Nice to people's faces, but a knife in their back. I'm tired of talk. No more BS. Sheamus and Rusev are not done. Rusev was like, I'm a god in the ring. That's where I do my talking. You do your talking back here where you're a snake. Sheamus was like, you're a god now, are you? I remember you being one of the most embarrassing members of the League of Nations. That was good. Oh, time for the Ring General. Here we go then. Gunter. White shirt boy band Gunter. Backstreet Boys Gunter. NSYNC Gunter. There we go. There's a guy in the crowd that's got a green shirt on and he's holding up a green shirt guy sign that says the OTC. I mean, imagine not being aware of Trinidad flag guy. Imagine that. Imagine thinking green shirt guy is the OTC when Trinidad flag guy exists. I couldn't. I feel sorry for him. I feel sorry for that guy because he thinks he's cooked. He thinks he's cooked. Here's Gunther. Gunther in the ring. Let's see what Gunther's got to say. Last week, Dong's out for Liv Morgan. Speedy recovery, fellas, says 9doc. I've been doing that for the past few days, actually, 9doc holiday. I've really added to my collection of restraining orders. Okay, here's Gunther talking about Bill Goldberg. He told me I am next. Brett is right side in the crowd. I thought about what it means to be next. Bill Goldberg is the most destructive man of his generation. But it's not 1999 anymore. Right now, I'm the guy. Yes, this is good by Gunther. This is good. This is not 1999. He's kind of come out and gone straight into his promo as if they've said to him, oh, sorry, we've had to cut a couple of minutes of your time. You was going to have 5 minutes, you got 3 now. He's just out there and he's like, bah, 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 bah. One trick pony that can't lace my boots. Good, lovely energy to this. He's come out, he's got something to say. He seems peeved. Looking at the camera. He's going to officially apologize to your wife, to your son, for everything I'm going to do. I'm going to apologize to your wife and to your son. Yes. Yes. It's my responsibility to make sure the legacy of Bill Goldberg dies. Mate, that was so good. That was so intense. That was so to the point. Brilliant. Great. All it needed to be. That's all it needed to be. Is apologize to Goldberg's wife and kids. Gage couldn't murder a sandwich, says Maggie. That's the best thing on this show, said Ellis Dub. Perfect promo, said Vlad. Great promo, says Brony. Gunther is a king with the microphone, said Selt FIFA. Amazing and great promo, says MLW Flash. Rare Breed said Gunther just saved Raw. Becky backstage, but she's... Oh, hello. Sammy, it's Sammy. It's Sammy. Oh, God. I bet he's sad. He's always sad. Tough loss. We all know what being a world champ means to you. It's going to bring in Carrion. Massive cheer. Great pop. Jesus, look at Karen. Look at Scarlett. Okay. Great speech. What happened? When are you going to get it? You're never going to be world champ if you keep doing this. Great pop for Carrion. Shows it's all working, doesn't it? Okay. Bang! Mate, that was a great shot. That was a great punch by Sammy. I talked to Adam Pearce. Our match is official. TikTok. He just... That punch was so good. Carrion loves that. Got him. Got him. Got him. Good story, that. I like that. First of all, it gets Carrion on TV. That's a dub. It gives Sammy something interesting to do. That's a dub. Match is gonna bang. That's a dub. And we get to see a bit more of Scarlett. That's a dub as well, isn't it? All I see are dubs. I'm just tripping over dubs with that feud. Here's Bayley making her way down. Days they're taping SmackDown next week for the 4th of July to give talent time off. So a double show live for Raw and SmackDown. They're the reason for the early start times. Thought you should know. Ben, shout out to you, but I do remember that actually. Thank you for reminding me. I remember reading that they were recording SmackDown, but I don't even know what the date is, to be honest. I've lost track of all those things. So, yeah, I don't know when that was happening, but yes, good point. That's yeah. Again, we spoke about this last year. I agree with the superstars having time off for 4th of July, Christmas, things along those lines. Where it got a little crazy was there was like 2 weeks out from certain things, like 2 weeks before Thanksgiving, there was like tape shows, and it was like, I understand the week of and all of that stuff, but like 2 weeks before, do we need to be taping shows? And then, of course, people are like, oh, God, why can't you just let the talent have some time off and all this kind of stuff? It's like, well, yeah, I get it. But, like, you know, the problem with tape shows is the spoilers are out there. Like, tape shows suck. They suck. I'd like to avoid them as often as possible, as often as humanly possible. So, yeah, no problems with them having that off. Of course not. I don't think anyone's got a problem with that. If anything, I'm just grateful it's not more tape shows than is really necessary, because tape shows suck. Okay, Bayley has come round to Michael. Did she just stick her finger up to Michael? She might have gone round and just stuck her finger up to Michael. He's gone to... Oh, they just did that. That'll be on social media if she did. She seemed to stick her finger up. I think she thinks that we're at commercial break, and we are, but we're still live on Netflix. Mate, if we were doing unseen, that'd be an unseen. That would so be an unseen. That'll be all over social media. If you've got Twitter, it's just impossible to avoid them. That is true. Yeah. A lot of people do say, like, oh, just ignore them and everything. It's like, you just can't. And certainly I can't. Because, you know, I'm on social media quite a bit for, like, unseens. And, you know, I've got to keep up with the news. I want to keep up with the news. So, yeah, it's just... People want to get those clicks, don't they? So when something happens on a show that's not aired yet, they just put it out. It just goes out. Just, hey, this is what's happened. Because they know people will watch the clip. Look at Becky. Oh God, she looks like some sort of Russian spy. Yes. My name is Penny. Do you have the envelope? She's got these thick black glasses, sunglasses. She's got, oh my God, I swear she's got that from Seth's wardrobe. Some sort of furry number. Which is also what I call vaginas. Carrion is going to hopefully win, says Ben. Well, as a Sammy stan, I fully expect that. 6 Feet Under has got a new episode, and it's going to feature Bron Breakker. What do you want to talk about is the new episode with Kevin Owens. There is Becky. Oh, what is she now? I think the graphics still say the man, don't they? Yeah, they do. So she's still the man. I didn't know if we were going big time. Big time Bex. Sign in the crowd says, not my champion. Lyra is better than Lynch. Bayley in the ring looking around. Hey, Bayley. Ooh, I wanna know if you be my girl. Hey, let's go. This'll be good. Two of the 4 horsewomen going up against each other. Let's flipping go, mate. I'm here for this. Think about the banger that Bayley had with Sasha at TakeOver Brooklyn, regarded as one of the greatest women's matches in the history of WWE. I'm not expecting that level, but even so, this should still be good. Imagine if they give this some time. Becky, middle of the ring. There's going to be shenanigans in there. That's the only downside. There's definitely shenanigans happening here. Becky, middle of the ring, holding up that championship. 52 Games said Goldberg's going to blow out both his butt cheeks. Well, I'll be watching. 52 Games. I'll be tuning in for that. In a non-kinky way, of course. The coveted Women's Intercontinental Championship on the line. We've only got about an hour left to go now, you know. It's been about half an hour since I said an hour had gone. I do feel like this show's going by fairly quickly. Penta Bron was fun. I enjoyed Jade Roxanne. Really good little promo from Gunther. Nice little backstage moment with Sammy. I don't think this show is setting the world on fire, but I don't think this is a bad show either, to be honest. I'm not bored. And now we've got Becky against Bayley, and I like Bayley's attire, actually. Bayley, I mean, like, is that what she would have wore at WrestleMania, do you think? Look at that white and gold number. If you told me she had that made for WrestleMania when she thought she was going to be competing there, I would believe you, because it looks classy. White and gold. Shots coming in. Yeah, if I read online after that she wore the gear she was going to wear at WrestleMania, but, you know, was taken out by Becky. So she thought she would get her revenge by wearing it tonight instead. I could buy that. I could totally buy that. Clothesline. Becky trying to grab the arm of Bayley. Bayley stepping over Becky. Down she goes. Down she goes. How did Bayley get that ass, said Wrestling Russ. Just genetics, mate. Genetics. Oh, shoulder barge to the midsection. Bayley down. Lovely work. Becky goes down. Michael said, did anyone notice that green shirt guy wannabe? Yeah. I feel sorry for him. He's standing the wrong person. Nice elbow there by Bayley. Becky down. Grabbing Becky. Bang, forearm shot. Shot coming back there by Becky. Into the barricades. Back in the ring goes Becky. Bayley goes in as well. Bayley back in the corner, up top. Gets caught. Forearm shot. Becky down. William, hello. Shout out to you. The Beach Kevin said, these two are great workers. The entire women's locker room need to be watching this. Oh, definitely. Veterans. Both guaranteed Hall of Famers. Unless they do something horrific. Bayley goes down to the outside. She's selling. That was nice. Working on... Ooh. Trying to rip Bayley's arm out of the socket as we go to commercial break. Staying with the action, though. Becky on the outside. Back to her feet. Bayley still down. Becky coming round. Grabbing Bayley. Bang. Smashing Bayley's arm off that commentary table. And again. One more time for the road. Back in the ring goes Bayley. Becky trying to get back in. Bayley still struggling, going over to the corner. Becky is in there. Bayley over in the corner. Becky charges in, collides into Bayley. I'm going out with my worker tomorrow to the library. And then Tim is, said Sonny. Have a good time, Sonny. LS Dub says Bayley is maybe one of the most underappreciated women's wrestlers of this century. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? She's never main evented WrestleMania, like closed the show. Becky has, and Charlotte has, of course. Bianca has. There's quite a few women that haven't. We know that, of course, Rhea hasn't yet. Liv hasn't. But, I mean, Bayley has kind of been around longer than them. And she was This Your Girl. In fairness, they haven't sung that song, so I don't think that's her girl. But everyone in the UK is like, that's our girl, yes. Looking for a suplex, no joy, blocked. Inside cradle, 2. I sort of feel like Bayley had such a great run during the pandemic. Do you remember Bayley Dostraps when she had the championship and the women's championship? And it was her and Sasha, and then, of course, it led to the turn. And for me, that is the pinnacle of Bayley's career. That is when all the stars aligned. She was such a MVP at that time as well. She was so good during the pandemic. So good. And then I think I'm right in saying she picks up the injury at that point. And then she's out and then doesn't return until that SummerSlam. I think she came back different. I don't think she's the same performer that she was. I'd love an interview with her where she kind of talks about that and if she feels a difference. I don't feel like the Bayley I've seen after the injury was the same Bayley as before, but oof. Big collision as we go to commercial break. I loved heel Bayley, says Johnny. Zoom Station said the best Bayley was during COVID. Wrestling fan said, I think Night of Champions will be fine in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, and an ever-evolving situation. It'd be lovely if there was a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. I think everyone would feel a lot better if that does come through. There was a little pop-up on the screen. I'm watching it on a tablet, Netflix. And there was a news thing that just said that Iran said that the ceasefire is not true. So that's disappointing, but maybe we can still get to it. 1, 2, kick out. She's better as a heel, said Austin. Goat Meat said, don't deport the big booty Latinas. I love Bayley. Well, Goat Meat, I'm not campaigning to deport any big booty Latinas. I mean, you are preaching to the converted there, but that is not one of my campaigns. So you're safe here. Oh, Bayley to belly, no joy. Becky grabbing Bayley, no, taking her over. Trying to get on the arm, no joy. Picks her up. Oh, Bayley down. That was lovely. Manhandle slam, no joy, couldn't get it. Bayley to belly again. 1, 2. Tell you what, Becky had to really dig deep to kick out of that. She had to really dig deep. That Bayley to belly was really effective. Look at that. The Bayley to belly almost getting it done, you know. Becky down, Bayley down. Another fun match, this, actually. It's had good pace to it, good intensity to it. Don't forget, we've still got Cody, Jey Uso coming up. That'll probably be in about 25 minutes. I don't know what else we've got. Becky back in the corner, Bayley charging over. I think they're trying to get the pacing right for Raw. And I think they're trying to get some matches that matter on Raw as well. I'm seeing a show that's got some effort to it. I don't think they're just phoning this in. You know, we're going to get a King of the Ring match, Queen of the Ring match. We're getting a Women's Intercontinental Championship match. We've started off the show with Seth's group. We've had a very fiery Gunther promo. Like, I don't think this is them just trying to bob along. I think there's effort that's gone into this show. Bayley trying to climb up. It's obviously debatable as to whether it's worked or not, but I have not found myself bored. Shot coming in. Clubbing blow there by Bayley. Shot coming back there by Becky. So these two fighting in the corner at the moment. Let's go Jackets, it says on that banner. Nice superplex by Becky. Nice armbar. Armbar is in on Bayley. Bayley, 2. No joy. Reversed. Disarmer. No, couldn't get it. Becky down. Bayley going for a pin. Unorthodox pin. Trying to grab the leg there of Becky. Becky kicking out at Bayley. And again, trying to turn her over into a single leg Boston. Single leg Boston. There we go. Single leg Boston Crab at the moment as Becky is trying to get over to the ropes. Yeah, she's going to get it unless... I didn't know if Bayley might be able to like drag her back to the middle, but no, Becky gets over to the ropes. Referee comes in, splits the holds. Big shot coming in there by Bayley. Oh, big boot there by Becky. Bayley, Becky battling away. Good little battle this, honestly. These two trading shots back and forth. Looks like Bayley is kind of selling an injury to her right arm. She can only deliver shots with her left. She's wailing away at the moment. No, Joy manhandle. No. Ooh, manhandled by Bayley. Oh, Bayley with a manhandle to Becky. Becky rolls out the ring. She hits the ring in frustration. She had to get out of dodge. Becky over by the commentary table. Ooh, Bayley thrown over that commentary table. If Becky did a hip attack, she would murder someone. It's just straight bones, said Goat Me. Oh, I don't want to see her murder someone, but... Oh, you see that little girl? Little girl in the front row. She's like trying to peer over the barricades. Oh, look, her dad has picked her up now. Becky has put a load of chairs onto Bayley. Bayley is down. Where are we? Where are we? Lyra's here. Lyra is trying to help Bayley. Becky coming over, grabbing Lyra. Boom. Yeah, we did theorize earlier if this was going to be a triple threat and was going to lead to a triple threat. Now Lyra's trying to get involved. Becky's saying to Lyra, hit me. Lyra wants to. She jumps down. Bayley moves Lyra out the way. Becky going against the ropes. We've got Bayley and Lyra on the outside. Whoa, Lyra down. Becky into the commentary table. Now Becky goes over the commentary table. So Becky down, Bayley coming round, grabbing Becky. Lyra down. We got so many moving parts. Michael Cole is in the way. Ooh, into the ring posts. It's a fun match. This is fun. Right now, Becky into the barricades. I don't know where Lyra's gone. Now she's chucking her back in the ring. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Bayley might do this, you know. She's climbing up. She's perched. Oh, Lyra, you absolute goon. She's jumped in the ring. You goofball. Oh, God. Yeah, Bayley was... it seemed like Bayley was in position to get the victory. Yeah, she's going to be livid at Lyra, and rightfully so. This was my match. Yeah, in all fairness, Lyra did mess up there. Bayley and Becky just wrestled like a pretty hard-fought match. And there's no two ways about it. Lyra just inserted herself. That's not a good look for Lyra. That's not a good look at all. She's a babyface. She's just stopped her friend from winning. I think Bayley's totally in the right. I think she's totally in the right to be upset. Bayley was up top ready to put Becky away. All Lyra had to do was just let her. Just don't get involved. Just let her win. But no. Has to be about her, doesn't it? I like Lyra, but that wasn't the play, mate. That wasn't the play. That wasn't your dance. It could be now, though. It could be triple. That feels like it's got triple threat written over it, doesn't it? Okay, commentators are just moving chairs and things out the way as they're still advertising Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. $8 p.m. Arabian Standard Time. We know that these three are going to have a triple threat at Evolution, but the real question is, where does Roman stand for his involvement at Evolution? That's a great question, Jay. The dynamics actually align pretty well for a three-way. Unlike the men's WrestleMania main event, I think Lyra gets her title back, and then they go to Bayley, Becky, no title at SummerSlam. Lyra's teat came out and she ruined the match, says Catherine. Catherine, if Lyra's teat came out, it did not ruin anything. Yeah. It made many of our days. I didn't see, I mean, I did see her like doing that, like readjusting. I didn't see any, do you know what I mean? I didn't see any of that. I'll have a look. If I can find the picture, I'll download it and then delete it. And I think that takes it off the internet. God, I've got a lot of work to do after this stream. I'm doing God's work here. We just got a video package for JD. Ace said, I didn't see nothing. I love JD McDonough, says Nita Nitro. JD Push, says Lee. No, JD McDonough. Days, are you doing the UFC pay-per-view after Night of Champions? If you do plan on doing it, make sure on Thursday to do research. I don't have plans to do it. If it's on the same day, I just don't think it's doable. Because I know it's at a different time, but we obviously have to do reaction videos, and we'll probably do like an unseen video. And I mean, there's sure to be something dramatic that goes down. There's going to be talking points. So to sort of not do that and just go straight into a UFC watch along, like, it's just not possible. So sadly, no plans. It's not my fault that TKO keep putting these major shows on the same flipping weekends. I think there's a couple of fight nights we could have done that we didn't do. But I would love nothing more than to do UFC pay-per-views. We tend to get a good audience that joins us for those. Probably not anymore, but hey, here's Ivy Nile and Chad. We'll finish this lesson later. Here's Penta. Penta and Chad. It was my pleasure watching Bron Breakker destroy you. Super kick there by Penta. Chad down. Oh, I wonder if we're getting to the end here of El Grande, because Chad just said that there's Ludwig. Now that's interesting, because some people have theorized that Ludwig, he disappeared as El Grande arrived. So how interesting that is in the background of this Chad Gable segment. I think they're going to lean into that, you know. I think they're going to lean into that. They're going to lean into the Ludwig El Grande thing. Casual Ludwig, says Neil. Casual Ludwig? When was the last time we saw Ludwig, says Brian? It's been a long time. Hannah said, Days, hello. When are you making your return? It will have the same aura as when Triple H returned in 2002. We're back on Wednesday. I have every intention to do Evolve. I need to catch up with Evolve. I missed last week. Okay, here's Raquel. I could drag you out here, or you can make it easy. Get in here and take the beating you deserve. So Raquel calling out Rhea. This is my brutality. Here's Mommy. Here she is. She does feel like a bit part player, honestly, at the moment. I like a Rhea Raquel feud. I'm definitely here for that. Trying to get in the ring. Raquel's in there. Clothesline misses. Shots coming in. I don't think that's an easy attire for Raquel to compete in. Right now, kick coming in. Oh, down goes Raquel. She rolls out the ring. Rhea is in there. Rhea going to the outside, jumping down. Ooh, nice little spear there by Raquel. Grabbing Rhea over into the timekeeper's area. Loud Rhea chants. So the crowd are very much with Rhea here, as you would imagine. Raquel is grabbing the table. Crowd still cheer for the table, even though it's got Slim Jim written all over it. Oh, I just can't. I can't. Rhea is on the commentary table. Rhea jumps down. Big right hand lands on top of Raquel. She's got Raquel into the ring steps. Okay. Raquel down. This is pretty fun. Street fight between these two. Let's go. You want tables? So she gets in. She's going to set the table up. Yeah, people still chanting for tables. I did wonder if the sponsorship thing would kind of, do you know what I mean, take the enthusiasm away, but nope. That thing could look like a packet of Slim Jim, and I think people would still be into it. Here's Roxanne. She's coming down. Roxanne from behind jumps onto the back of Rhea. Yeah, Mommy's outnumbered. Roxanne on the back. Ooh, she's in an electric chair. She goes face first into that top turnbuckle. That's going to allow Raquel, though, to... Ooh, Tijuana bomb. Ah, oh, my God. Straight through. That looked really good. That looked really good. Did take Roxanne getting involved, but it did look really good. Rhea through a table. Roxanne in there. Raquel looking over at Roxanne. Is she going to extend a hand of friendship? Yes. That's a big moment. That's a big moment. She didn't like Roxanne. She had no time for her. But that's us taking another step towards these being tag champs, I think. Little and large. Who won? The Florida Panthers. What, won the NA? Won the ice hockey? Florida. Shouldn't that be somewhere in Canada? Florida. Who's gonna flip him win the Ice Hockey World Cup? Egypt. Didn't even hear about that. I did hear about the Thunder winning the basketball, so shout out to them. I didn't care, to be honest, who won that, but shout out to them. Right, 50 good, 35 great, 7 all-time, 6 bads. Wow. Good 94 for Bayley, Becky. I wonder if it was the end that just sort of put people off a little bit. Don't know. God, you're a difficult crowd to please this week. You really like Penta, Bron. Maybe a little bit above what I would be, but we're kind of in the same neighborhood. You said it was great 59. Jade, Roxanne, good 93. Becky against Bayley, good 94. Right, Kathy Kelly is backstage with Asuka. This is during the commercial break. Soon, the Empress of Tomorrow will be the Queen. Ah, is Io? Congratulations! If you win, it could finally be Asuka versus Io Sky. See you at SummerSlam, says Asuka. I'll be ready, says Io. Oh, mate, don't tease that match and then not give it me, you absolute boobers. Don't you dare tease that match and then not give it me. Oh, I'll be livid now. Oh, I'll be livid. Is that the play? Is that where we're going? It better be. Asuka versus Io. Io was like, it's just like we always spoke about in Damage Control. Oh, imagine that match. Imagine that match. SmackDown, 8 p.m. Arabian Standard Time. To be honest, I only live my life by Arabian Standard Time. So that's fine. Special start time, 6 p.m. Eastern next Monday. For Raw, back in the US next week. I love Io, but what are we doing with her? You have your world champion and one of the best in ring in just like a backstage segment every week. I don't know. I don't know why she's not more involved in something. I mean, surely she defends at Evolution. When's Evolution? Is that July? I mean, to be honest, it's not that far from July, is it? Surely she does something at Evolution. 5, 6, 7, 8. Jelly Roll is going to be appearing on July 11th. I believe we're in Nashville. So start getting excited. Okay, here's Adam Pearce. Oh, Rhea's just come bursting through the door. Okay. It's official. Okay. What's official? John Cena, CM Punk will go one-on-one. Oh, for the 15th time. Apparently they've got a 6-6 record with 1 no contest and 1 draw. Who knew? Yin and yang. Oh, we saw this the other day. This is a video package on Cena and Punk. Yin and yang. James said Days Roman's going to show up at Evolution under a new name, Ramona Reigns. Let's go. Oh my God. Let's go. I think he would do really well in the women's division. I think he'd do really well. This should be at SummerSlam instead of Boring Roads, says Austin. Raquel Rhea street fight, says A.B. Jobson. Oh, is that what it is? I've got the sound turned down a bit because I don't have headphones. So I've kind of am not hearing quite what they're saying. I figured that it was going to be Rhea Raquel, but street fight. That's great. If that's what it is. Okay, Cena Punk video package, and we've got about half an hour left now. That's all. Just about half an hour. I think the show's been all right, honestly. My mind is not blown, but I thought the card looked pretty good before we went into the show, and yeah, I could understand people being a bit like, yeah, it's been all right, not amazing. I could understand that. Maybe people will feel a bit different after Cody Jey. But we found out who's going to face Asuka. It's a show that's had meaning and consequence. Okay, pretty long video package this. Nico, hello. Said, I can see Raquel and Perez becoming best mates, pushing out Liv, who joins up with Rhea down the line. Oh, I do worry about a Liv face turn, though, because when she was face, I just didn't care for her. I think she's a natural heel. I don't know what it is about Liv. I don't find her to be very likable. Perhaps I'm alone. Perhaps people do find her to be likable, but I just don't find her to be very likable. I don't naturally find myself liking Liv. I didn't before. And that was part of the problem. When she was a face, I just didn't root for her. I didn't care to see her succeed. I just didn't care for her. It just, her promos seemed a bit flat. Her matches were improving, but just, I don't know. I just didn't feel anything for her. And then they turned a heel. Her promos got better. The fact that she could just effortlessly go off on the crowd. She didn't have to pander to them. Instead, she could go off on them, and it just seemed to fit and work better. Just works so much better, her being a heel. So now, turning her back face, what does that look like? Don't know. Perhaps she's learned lessons as a heel that she can now take to being a face, you know? Perhaps we've unlocked something, which means that the face version of her will work a lot better now. I won't know until we see it. So, if we do it, then we do it. But, oh man, I'd have big reservations. Big reservations. I think she just works so well as a heel. I would be really reluctant to turn her back face. I really would. But it might work. It might work. She might approach it differently now, considering what she's learnt being a heel. Yin and yang. That's going to be Cena via shenanigans. Maybe Logan gets involved or something like that. Friday, there's a kickoff show for Night of Champions. Right. Tonga and Candice. Days, hope you're safe, says John. Yeah, all good, but well, apart from the pool guy who popped up at the start of the stream. I mean, that was a little scary. We survived, though. We scared him away. I think he knows that if he messes with us, we would murk him. I think he knows. They're just running down the card. We've got Jacob and Solo, of course. That getting added on Friday. Cena and Punk. Sammy and Carrion. I didn't realise that was at Night of Champions. I thought that was next week. Just on Raw. Wow, Carrion's gone from not getting on the show to flipping being on a PLE. Asuka and Jade, Queen of the Ring finals. And obviously we need to figure out who is going to be facing Randy Orton. It's a lot more exciting if it's Cody. No offense, Jey fans, but it is. I think even Jey fans would admit that Randy Cody is bigger than Randy Jey. Here's Jey. Jey backstage. Look at all these people, mate. Hit my music. Here we go then. Main event time. Main event. Jey Uso is in the main event. They won't. Now, I think he's probably selected a child. That sounds wrong, but he does tend to do it in advance. Oh no, she's not. Is she a child? Is that a child? How old is she? I need to see some ID. If she's any older than, say, 16. Fist bump, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I'm used to seeing him select like a small child's. She wasn't a small child. That's a small child. There we go. That's better. That's better. Main event Jey making his way down. Can you imagine if you bought tickets and you bought tickets next to the walkway, but you just got it wrong and it was just the wrong walkway? Oh, that'd be gutting, wouldn't it? You arrive and you're looking and you're trying to work it out and you're like, well, I think he'll come down here. And then you look and you're like, no, I think it might be that one actually. Because look, that takes you right to the... Oh, no, I got the wrong ones. I bet that's happened. I bet that's happened. And then you've got your kid like, will Jey come down these stairs? We'll have to see, won't we? I hope so, but don't know. There's no guarantees. I'll be really upset if he doesn't. Oh, God, don't say that. Yeah, that's definitely happened where they've just got it wrong. So, doing his big entrance, Jey, Cody, about 25 minutes left in the show. One word, 4 letters. Yeet, says Donald. WrestleRant said, each their own. Whoever you like, but I love Jey doing this with the kids. It's a dope moment, says WrestleRants. I don't mind, to be honest. I know people are like, oh my God, I don't need to see this every week. I get that. But I just sort of zone out, honestly. For me, like, it's not a problem. I get that it's for the live crowd. I get it's for the kids that are in the crowds. I suppose in a weird way, I look to see who he selects and see their reaction and whatever, like, it's fine. It doesn't make Jey a bigger star in my mind anymore because I've seen it so many times. Jey in the ring. It's going to be so good. Him being face to face with Cody. They want to go again. That's really become a thing, hasn't it? I bet Jey wishes it wasn't. Yeah, that's become a thing. It's funny how these things are so organic because I don't think they ever intended that to become a thing. I don't think when they started this, they intended for him to come down and then for the crowd to kind of demand that he go one more time. Yeet. There you go. Yeet. Here we go. Here we go. Wrestling Russ said, is this Uso and Cody? It is. It flipping is, mate. His entrance has now just ended. Just now. This annoying stuff is probably why they took the title off Jey. Puppy Croc said, if we get Cody Randy, do we think Kevin could interfere? He's obviously not wrestling ready, but maybe healthy to hit a ref. I don't think so. I don't think so. Just because, I mean, he's expected to be out for the rest of the year, and he even made noises that he might not ever be able to return. Obviously, we hope that's not true. But he sort of, I don't see him coming back to interfere because you can't build on it. You can't do anything with it. Like, no one can put their hands on him because he's out. I mean, maybe if he was going to be a GM or something and you could maybe get that out of it. But it can't lead anywhere, can it? It would be just frustrating, really. Plus, who would he screw over? Because he doesn't like either of them. I mean, he had a feud, didn't he, at the start of the year, end of last year, start of this year with Cody. And Randy came back and went after him after what he had done to Randy with that pile driver. And actually, he was going to face Randy, wasn't he? And then that's when the injury came in. And wasn't he facing him at WrestleMania? Yes, he was. Of course he was. And then that meant we ended up getting little Joe Hendry moment. So I don't know why he would interfere or who he would interfere with, because he doesn't like either of them. Jey Uso is now in my city, says that sign. Restaurant said it's like Make-A-Wish moment. Every single time he comes out and he chooses one or two kids, that's a moment for a lifetime for that kid. So it's whatever, says Restaurants. I sort of see both sides, honestly. I sort of see both sides. I get the point that it's for the kids and it's amazing for the kids. But I mean, you could do loads of things that would be amazing for the kids, you know? Like every wrestler could come out and give the kids something, like Brett used to give out his glasses. Like every wrestler could do something. Every wrestler could do an entrance like that where they're interacting with the kids. Like, I think it's cool and it's nice for the kids, and I get that. But equally, I do understand why people don't want to see it every week. And it eats up like a chunk of the show. And it doesn't bother me. I'm not down on it, so I'm not really flying the flag either way. But I think for those that are frustrated by it, I get it. I understand where they're coming from. But then for those that are like, oh, it's nice for the crowd, it's nice for the kids in particular, I sort of get that as well. I'm split on it. I sort of see both sides. But it's done now, and instead we've got a fired up Cody and Jey locking up. And bit weird seeing Jey and Cody going at it, but obviously it's all in good faith. This is the kind of match you get in King of the Ring. This is the kind of thing the tournament can throw up. You know, when would you get this match normally? I mean, you just wouldn't, because we haven't seen it. Might have had it actually when Jey was a heel. Sign says, where's little Jimmy? Cody looking around at the fans. Can't quite make out what they're saying, but I feel like it's a little bit of a split crowd. Definitely seen people in the crowd yeeting. Working on the arm there by Cody. Working on the arm again. This is a really interesting main event. Really interesting main event. Jey going over the other side. Cody coming in. Jey moves out the way. Nice. Arm drag. Cody responds with one of his own. Cody goes back to the corner. Jey down. I think this is an uphill battle for Jey. It should be an uphill battle for Jey. I know Jey's been a world champion. I know he beat Gunther, but this is the gold standard right now. This is the guy that went toe-to-toe with Roman and beat him. This is the guy that would have beaten him, surely, at WrestleMania 39 if Solo hadn't interfered. This is a guy that's gone toe-to-toe and beaten Brock Lesnar. Cody Rhodes very much positioned as the guy. So, gotta think this is going to be a real challenge for Jey, but Jey overcomes challenges. That's just what he does. And he could do it here as well. But I think Cody's got to be favourite. Cody teasing Crossroads. No joy. Oh, moves out the way of a super kick there from Jey. Cody goes back against the ropes. This match continuing after the break. Yeet. Yeet. Oh, hello. It's 10 memberships. Oh, we got some super chats I missed as well. Joe said Florida won the cup second year in a row. Wow. Look at that. Hotbed of ice hockey that I wasn't aware of. I thought the Mighty Ducks were like the greatest ever team. They are in my world. Joe said Tyrese Halliburton taught his Achilles heel last night. Yeah, I did hear that. I didn't know it was his Achilles heel. I heard he got injured quite early on in the match, like 7 minutes in or something. Maybe had that have not happened, maybe they would have won. Don't know. Don't know enough about it. I just saw that it was the Thunder that had got it done. I didn't even realize they were the Seattle team. I mean, I used to know the Seattle Supersonics from NBA Jam, and I know they're not around anymore. I couldn't tell you what team they turned into, but apparently it was the Oklahoma City Thunder or whatever. So it's kind of cool to think that it's the Seattle Supersonics. That was probably my go-to team. I think a lot of people probably selected the Chicago Bulls. Maybe some played as the Knicks. I quite often went Seattle Supersonics, honestly. And I credit Frazier for that. Because Frazier was from Seattle. And I think even when I was a youngster, Frazier was around on TV, and I kind of credit Frazier for that. So sometimes I was the Knicks, sometimes I was the Bulls, but sometimes be Seattle. I didn't play as the Lakers, I don't know why. And the Toronto Raptors weren't in the game. So I couldn't beat them. But, yeah. There you go. That's pretty much my basketball knowledge right there. Mackenzie said, it's a Washington, D.C. street fight with rockets. Oh, my God. Let's go. Jey in control at the moment, charging over as Cody moves out the way. Texas Redneck said, Days, happy Monday. And to you, buds. Happy Monday. Happy start of a new week. Obviously a big week as well. Night of Champions coming up. Kickoff show coming up. SmackDown in Saudi, unless it gets moved, coming up. And we're starting it off with a pretty interesting episode of Raw, an easy-to-watch episode of Raw. We're just coming back from commercial break. Main event, Jey versus Cody. So right now we got Jey down, Cody down, Jey trying to get over to the ropes, reaching, getting there. Figure 4 applied, and that hold is now let go. Wow. I didn't realize we've only got about 10 minutes, 13 minutes. Cody working on the leg kick, coming in there by Jey. Jey goes back looking for a super kick, boom, to the midsection. Nice shot coming in there. Kick coming back, Cody down, bang. Cody against the ropes. Jey picks him up, Samoan drop. Samoan drop. Goes for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Phantom 67. Thank you, my friend. Firing in some memberships. Some Wrestling Days memberships. Appreciate it, bud. And those that benefited, I'm sure, appreciated it. James said SmackDown did 1.5. Oh, that's not too bad. It's been about 1.3, 1.4, hasn't it? So 1.5. I mean, it ain't anything to, dance in the street about, but... Oh, mates! Jey just launched himself there at Cody. That had some extra stank on it. Rhodes. Oh, Kimura! Brock Lesnar getting a mention? Kimura! This isn't a move we tend to see out of Cody very often. I think that's a very interesting choice. I think the Brock Lesnar mention's interesting. I don't think it means anything. There's still legal action that's ongoing, so I don't think it means anything, but it's interesting. I can definitely see people talking about that on social media. Jey with a sleeper hold applied to Cody. Cody going down. Rich said Cena is at the mountaintop of wrestling. He is announced as the GOAT every week. Whoever beats him is the chosen apparent. Entire year is built around this, says Rich. Right now, Jey is getting a sleeper hold applied to Cody. Cody down to one knee. Days, who's at the mountaintop of wrestling at the moment? It was Roman, and I think it still is Roman, says Ronnie. Well, I think the easy answer is to say whoever's got the WWE Championship, honestly, because, I mean, it was Roman, and he had that championship, but he doesn't have that championship now. When he comes back, he'll go into a feud with Seth. I mean, that's not gonna main event night 2 of WrestleMania, is it? It's a big match, but I think unless you're around that WWE Championship, I don't know. Are you at the mountaintop? There's definitely times where you can make an argument like Undertaker was the biggest thing and he wasn't champion. And I think if you look at Google searches, it's definitely Roman. I think Roman is by far the most most searched for wrestler. So, yeah, you'll get no complaints out of me about it being Roman. I wouldn't argue that. But as of right now, with Roman not around, I think you probably do have to say Cena with that WWE Championship. I think that belt is the real deal. That is the belt to have. That's why I was saying earlier, if Seth cashes in, he should really cash in for the WWE Championship. I think he has the option to cash in on whichever one he wants. But if Seth is really about power, control, and running this place, it's the belt that Cena's got that will allow him to do that better than anything else. Unless he's going to cash in on Triple H and become in charge of creative. Imagine if you could do that. Cash in on Nick Card. Cody is up, looking for a superplex. Boom! Gets it! Gets it. Brony said, Cody is the most boring main event talent I've ever seen. And yes, Jinder Mahal is better. Stone Cold said, Undertaker will always be my favorite. Oh my God, we're going to commercial break again. Hannah said, Days, it's very interesting for Carrion, who's not on the weekly shows, to just get a pay-per-view slot. I think this is a slow build to him getting to the top. Also, were any people from Egypt yearning for an autograph? Mate, there's people in the UK that aren't yearning for an autograph. No one yearns for an autograph when I'm around. And to be honest, I like it that way. I think it's interesting that Carrion has managed to get onto a premium live event. I think that's really interesting that we've gone from like not 0 to 100, but It is just crazy, isn't it, that we have just really skipped him having regular Raw matches. It's great. I mean, the Carrion fans are going to really celebrate it, and so they should. And it's a great sign as well, what with his contract coming up later this year, that, you know, hopefully this is a good sign that we're going to renegotiate and re-sign him. James said, I've got some signed Topps cards today. Nikki Cross, Dexter Loomis, Harlem Heat, and a few other... Wow. Very cool. Nice. Hey, I like signed cards. Cope said, you was my childhood. Thank you. Oh, Cope, thank you. Really appreciate it, but... Yeah, I'm guessing they were probably the toy hunts. Oh, God, I need to do more of those. Don't I? I got one from about 2 months ago that I've not done anything with. Yeah, no, appreciate it, man. I think the toy hunts were really fun. Love doing them. Still love doing them. But when the channel first started, like every day I was kind of like, oh, what shall I do today? And the channel just got to a point where I don't ask that anymore. You know, when I wake up on a Monday, it's Raw. When I wake up on a Tuesday, it's NXT. When I wake up on a Wednesday, it's Evolve and there's member streams. When I wake up on a Thursday, it's WEP, Wrestling Escape Pod, and member stream. When I wake up on Friday, it's SmackDown. When I wake up on a Saturday, it's, you know, well, this week it'll be Night of Champions. Like, I just don't wake up any day and think, oh, what shall I do today? And the weeks just go by and you just don't get toy hunts done. So, but I do need to do some. I know people still enjoy them and I still enjoy them. So, yeah, Cope, really appreciate that, my friends. Right, shots coming in. Where are we? 6 minutes. Just had a couple of quick commercial breaks. And this is probably the final segment now. We're in the final throes of this week's Raw. Hello. Doing a little bit of that from Jey. Oh, boom. No, blocked. Shot coming back there by Cody. Shot coming in there by Jey. Jey going against the ropes. Cody against the ropes. Down goes Jey. Cody back to the corner. Going up over the top. Lands on his feet. Ooh. Went for that drag, but couldn't get it. Power slam there by Jey. We will do an opinions video afterwards. So keep an eye out for that. We will do an opinions video. Jey trying to find a way of putting Cody away. Cody really having to work hard here. This is not easy. Cody, cutter, and get, oh my God, he got it, and he got it so good as well. 1, 2, shoulder up. He got that really good. Showing a replay here, look, textbook, mate. Goes back. Bang. Look great. Look really good. Both guys, I think, are down at the moment. Crowd making a little bit of noise. This is awesome. Vlad said, to be fair, it took Liv getting injured and pulled from a match to get Carrion on the cards. I wonder if that was going to happen anyway, though, because they have been planting seeds. Oh, spear there by Jey. 1, 2, shoulder up. Yeah, they have been planting seeds, so I think Sami Carrion was always going to happen. But you make a good point. Would it have been at Night of Champions, or would they have just done it on a normal show? I don't know. It may have got promoted because of a Liv injury, but I think wasn't Liv building towards Evolution, though? I don't know if she would have been at Night of Champions. She was building a match with Nikki Bella, wasn't she? God, where does that leave us with Nikki Bella as well? Haven't seen her for a couple of weeks now. Haven't even thought about that. Perhaps we just got to get Night of Champions out the way first. All you Bella stands, Bella army out there. Dry those tears. Jey over in the corner. Jey charging in. No, kick coming in there by Cody. Cody in the corner going up top. Cody, oh my God, another Cody, surely, come on. Second Cody cutter. my God, he kicked out. What the flip? Okay, says Cody. How did Jey kick out? Should Jey have kicked out? Well, is Jey turned into some sort of superhero now? I mean, those are two Cody Rhodes Cody cutters, you know what I mean? The super cutter. Let's go, Cody sign. I'm sorry, Jey. I'm sorry, Jey. He says, I'm sorry, Jey. Grabs him. Crossroads. Reversed. Jey with the crossroads. Boom. Jey crossroads Cody. 1, 2. Jeez. Yeah, crowd on their feet for that. Crossroads there by Jey to Cody. Looks over at the ref, shakes his head. Just seeing a replay of it. Oof. Match is so good they went to commercial, said Zoom. Oh, I think they were always going to commercial. This could be the greatest match of all time, and I'm still sure we'd be drowning in commercials. It's good. I think it's a good match. Kick coming in there by Jey. Cody goes down. Jey is desperately trying to put Cody away here. Telling him to get up. Another kick coming in. I mean, don't forget, this is Jey, who there's lots of criticisms about his singles matches. Spear. This has got to be up there with one of the better Jey matches, singles matches. Grabbing Cody, got him in the middle. He's going to go for the splash. Tell you what, it's quite a distance. He's going to have to really... Oh, Cody is up, though. Cody is up, right in the corner, meeting Jey. God. Cody had to go to quite a dark place there. Was it a cutter? Was it like an... Oh, mate, that Crossroads had a bit of extra stank on it. Cody beats Jey, but oh my God, there was no messing around with that finish. I don't think it was a cutter off the top. I'm not sure quite what that was, but oh God, look, he's grabbed him after and gone like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. Some people might say that he had to go a bit heelish there. I mean, I don't think he did. I think he just had to really turn up the intensity, because I think Jey showed that if you was going to put him away, you was going to have to seriously put in the work to put him away. Cody had to bring everything and more there to put Jey away. Super kick, bang! Cody felt that. He felt that. Cody Rhodes gets the win, but it was a hard-fought victory. Really hard-fought. Ellis Stubbs said it wasn't a great match, but it was better than most Jey matches. Some good heat, and Cody put in a good shift. They worked harder than most people do with Jey. We literally called Orton Cena when we saw the bracket, says James. Oh, there's a young Cody fan. Celebrate him. Wow, what a great match that'll be, though. Cody, Randy. That'll be so good. Gotta tell you, low-key, the card's looking... Carrion getting a premium live event match. Asuka against Jade. I wish it was Asuka Roxanne, but, you know, whatever. Randy against... I mean, Randy and Cody on the same card as Cena Punk. Come on. I mean, I know it's in Saudi Arabia and everyone might get killed, but... Here's Jey and Cody. Jey and Cody showing each other some respect. Yeah, I thought that was one of the better Jey matches, singles matches. I was just looking to see if Cody was going to give any like dirty little look or something, but... Cody looking around at the fans. Holds up the arm of Jey. There's not really a need right now for Cody to give like a bad look, is there really? I mean, there's not really a purpose for him to look a bit off because he's just won. So there wasn't really a need for him to, you know, give a side eye or something like that. But I did wonder if there would be something because there was just a couple of moments, wasn't there? Like, certainly the other day when he couldn't even get a word in, like, that definitely felt like there was something there, maybe. But, no. Nothing that I detected. Nothing there that I saw as, like, an issue. Made by Dawn says that was like a 6 overall. Carson said, is the show still going? Just finished. Literally just came to an end. We got too many faces and not enough heels, says Cameron. I'm at about a 7, says Davids. Akeem said 6, no Graves, a 4. We did get Corey on this show. I didn't realise that we was going to, but fantastic. Prehistoric Vintage, thank you, my friends. Taker 1990 said, Days, if Asuka does not win the Queen of the Ring match, we could still get Asuka versus Io. Thoughts? We could still get it, because if Jade wins, she is on SmackDown. Am I right in saying that? I think I am. So she would go after Tiffany. So then that would still leave Asuka Io. So that is true. Yes, that is true. It's a good point, actually, because I do feel like they've teased something there, which I really think is, you know, if you're Triple H, I think that match really excites you. If you're Triple H, I think that you look at Io being your champion, and a natural opponent is, I don't think it's arguable, is it? Outside of Io, Asuka, the greatest Japanese female wrestler in WWE history. I don't even think that's debatable. She's ahead of Kyrie, and she's ahead of the Jumping Bomb Angels. You know, we don't have a rich history of Japanese women in WWE, so Asuka, I think, undeniably is the greatest. The only person that could rival that is Io. And for me personally, I wouldn't say that Io has done quite enough to take that crown from Asuka. I think she will eventually. I think Io, I feel like Asuka's, you know, had some big injuries. She's, I think, in her 40s. And I don't know. I sort of feel like we've been very stop-start with Asuka. I don't want to say that her best years are behind her now, but she might have another run. I don't see loads in her future. I don't see her, like, the next 5 years, main event in WrestleMania, like... I don't know. I sort of feel like she's a bit of a legend and a bit of a veteran now. And I think that mantle has been passed. You sort of look at Roxanne and Julia and Stephanie and Io and Tiffany, and that wave has arrived. You could even make the argument that Rhea is part of the wave that arrived and sort of replaced Asuka, if you will. Asuka was just before that, wasn't she? So she's a legend, Hall of Famer, an amazing talent. I would say the greatest Japanese women's wrestler. I don't think Io is at that level yet, but she's, I wouldn't say too far away. I wouldn't say she was too far away. And I think if you're Triple H, you look at Io being your women's champ. Natural, logical opponent is Asuka. So it's a good shout, actually. If Jade wins, we could still end up with that match. It's a good shout. I would say the only other people that could rival Asuka are Io and Bull Nakano. I mean, Bull wasn't in very long, honestly. She had a little run, tiny run with Alundra Blaze, which, we all love and look back fondly. But, I mean, Asuka's like, multiple-time women's champion, Royal Rumble winner, like, even her run in NXT, like that undefeated streak and the amount of times that she's wrestled at big pay-per-views, I mean, Bull just can't match that. What you could include Bull for is her whole career and like how impactful she was as a women's wrestler overall. I wasn't really thinking from that perspective. I was thinking more what people had achieved in WWE. So the Bull shout is a great shout. I'm totally, anytime Bull Nakano gets her flowers, I'm here for it. Love Bull Nakano, so absolutely. I just wasn't thinking that perspective. I was thinking more just WWE, but always love a bit of bull love. And I think Io will get there. I think Io will be the one, eventually. Blue Will Sonic said overall this week's Raw is a C+. Well, we need to run away because I want to get that review opinions video done and get people's thoughts in. So, in fact, that's the problem with this, is that I need to end this stream before I can then go on to Twitter and everything. So I don't know if this internet will support me opening loads of windows at the same time. So I can't really put the request post up until I end this stream. So I need to end the stream and blah, blah, blah. Thanks, Dave, said Jeremy. Thank you, my friend. AAA says, Dave, what's your thoughts about Jey? Since Jey lost tonight, what do you think is next for him? And will he win any belts anytime soon? What is next for Jey? I genuinely don't know. I mean, the word on the street was joining back up with Jimmy and actually reforming the Usos, which I wouldn't do, because I just think that you're sort of ending the Jey singles run, You're sort of ending Jey as a singles competitor there, because you've put the world title on him. I think a lot of people feel that world title run could have been longer. There's not a reason as to why you can't make him a world champion again. There's not a reason as to why you can't go back to it. You just got to find a good enough story, If you put him back in the Usos, it just feels like a big backward step. It'll feel a lot like when Big E lost the world title and we put him back in the New Day. It's like, why are we doing that? Like, it just seems like creatively we're out of ideas. The message you're sending is that you've kind of given up on him as a world champion. So, I don't know, word on the street is Usos. Listen, if they've got something fun planned for the Usos over the summer, maybe a feud with the Hardys or something, I can get with it. That's fine if you've got a specific reason, but you need to be aware that you are sending a message that you're just sort of out of ideas, But if you can distract people from that by having Jey do a really fun feud over the summer, then in the Usos, then okay, I can get with it. I'm not like completely down on it. It's just not my first thought, because I still think there's things to explore with Jey as a single star. You've done all this work to build him up as a single star and have that big entrance and yeeting and all that stuff, and now you're just going to put him back in the Usos. It's not what I would do, but it is the rumor that was doing the rounds the other week. I'm sure you saw it. So, do we think Corey makes Night of Champions commentary team, says Joel? Yeah, oh yeah. Pat's not going to that, is he? So, yeah, I would imagine he does. I hope he does. I think, I've honestly, it might be unpopular, but I've kind of always liked Corey. There wasn't really a time I didn't. I mean, I did think at times him and Byron went a bit far with them going off on each other, and it kind of didn't distract from the show, but I don't know, it became a bit petty at times and was a bit like overplayed. But to be honest, I think that was something that Vince really enjoyed. And, you know, we've seen commentators going off in each other in the past. I mean, Gorilla and Bobby is a classic, you know, where they would go off on each other. And I think they were just trying to recreate that with having Corey and Byron. But, you know, since it went down to a two-man booth, I think Michael and Corey worked really well together. And I think that Worlds Collide really opened people's eyes. What's funny is that I don't think there was anything at that Worlds Collide that surprised me. I just thought Corey did a great job. But I just think he's a good commentator anyway. So, I don't know. I'm really encouraged by what I see online in regards to that. Sometimes I see things online that I don't feel very encouraged by, and sometimes I see things online that I do feel encouraged by. And one of the things that I've been encouraged by this year is, I think, a healthy respect for Corey and the qualities that he brings to commentary. The commentary is a skill. You've got to have a good tone in your voice. You've got to provide information that's informative. When the action is really getting good, you've got to enthuse, but you've still got to be clear. There's like several boxes that you have to tick when it comes to commentary. I think Corey ticks them. Is he perfect? No, probably not. There's probably areas he does still need to improve and tweak, and I don't know that will ever change. But yeah, I mean, he's a commentator. Like, that's what he does, and he's really good at it. So, like, for me, he should be on that Raw commentary team. If he goes to Saudi Arabia, great, or Night of Champions, wherever it's going to be held. I mean, they were still obviously saying it was going to be in Saudi Arabia. I think that they are going to be keeping an eye on the situation. I mean, that situation, as we said at the start of the night, is ever evolving, ever changing, and it could absolutely, deteriorate. I mean, it could be that Israel and Iran just keep throwing bombs at each other. That could escalate, could get worse. It could be that another country gets involved, USA might have a bit further that they want to do, a bit more they want to do, and who knows? I mean, I'm hoping for de-escalation. I'm hoping that this thing is going to get better, not worse. And yeah, I think the signs are hopefully looking positive in the sense of that might be it for USA being involved now. And it might be, there's rumblings of a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, which I think have been debunked, but hopefully we can move towards that. So, yeah, I'm just kind of hopeful that we de-escalate, honestly. That no one wants this getting out of control. No one should want this getting out of control. So, yeah, hopefully we can de-escalate it. So I think at the moment they're still thinking that this is Saudi Arabia, but make no mistake about it, they'll be keeping an eye on the situation. And I suppose everyone's line is in a slightly different place. I think most of X is in agreement that that line's been crossed. But I think for WWE, it hasn't quite been crossed. I think they still feel safe going to Riyadh. And maybe with a bit of de-escalating going on, they feel a little safer. But that can all change, can't it? I mean, honestly, I certainly don't think it's 100% guaranteed to be in Saudi Arabia at the moment. I think it's looking likely that it's going to be there. I don't think it's 100%. I couldn't give you the percentage, but, 80%, something like that it's going to be in Saudi. But I think WWE are very much monitoring the situation, and we're not going to really know until, next couple of days, and we see how things settle, and hopefully they settle. Why do you think they cancelled the Dom match, said Alex? Don't know. I mean, that'll be interesting. I'll be interested to know if there was an injury. I mean, he said during commercial break that it's his ribs. So, is that him saying, no way am I going? Is that him putting his foot down and saying, I ain't going to Saudi? And honestly, if there was any wrestler that did that, I would not blame them. I don't think anyone would blame them. I don't think anyone would blame them, honestly. If a wrestler just did not feel safe, did not feel comfortable, did not want to go, then I don't think anyone would blame them for that. And if that is what's happened, then that's what's happened. And that's absolutely fine in my book. I don't know that that's what's happened. It could absolutely be true that he's injured his ribs somehow. Like, people get injuries during training and stuff like that, you know. So, didn't Cody do his pec during training? I think he did his pec when he tore his pec. I think that was during training. So, I mean, these things do happen. So, I mean, yeah, it absolutely could be something like that. The conspiracy theorists will say that it's because he doesn't want to go to Saudi, but I've certainly not seen anything. In fact, the first time I heard of any injury was during the show, so I've not seen any like Sean Ross Sapp comments on that or anything. It'll be very interesting to see what gets said. Okay. Main event, you scored as great 67, so highest scoring match of the night. There was only 4. But we opened with a great match. We ended with a great match. And, 2 good matches in between. So there we go. That was this week's Raw. A big thank you for everyone that joined us. And a big thank you for everyone putting up with the disruption on the channel. Tiny little bit more in the sense of I'm not around tomorrow because I will be traveling back. So no NXT stream because I will be on my way back. I am back really early hours of Wednesday. So, I mean, when I get back, I'm just going to bed. I already know I'll be traveling all night. So as soon as I get back, I'm going to go to bed. But my plan is to get up, have something to eat, set up Evolve, and get going with the Evolve stream. I don't know where we are with member streams and everything because I know, like, we do games on a Wednesday and a Thursday, and I've got game ideas and I've got things written down, but I've certainly not had a chance to pull anything together whilst I've been here. So, yeah, I don't know where we are with that. I'll have to think on that and see where we are. But in regards to Evolve, we can definitely do that. I know Wrestling Escape Pod will be Thursday. I've not heard off Tommy that there's any problems there. And I suppose the big thing for most of you is, yes, we will be here Friday. Yes, we will be here for Night of Champions, wherever these shows take place. We will be back home, Market Drayton, no disruption. Unseens will be coming back. Can't say that they'll be back Wednesday. I really don't know how I'm going to feel after traveling through the night. Might be back Wednesday. Definitely back Thursday. But might be Wednesday. But yeah, we'll be back to normal soon. So yeah, big thanks for putting up with that. Really appreciate it. And yeah, off we go. So thanks for watching. Appreciate the support as always. Have a great evening. I will see you, well, soon, because I'm going to do an opinions video. But after that, I will see you on Wednesday. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.